sometimes like all you want to do is run. Hear me out, hear me out. It's all the things you never show. There are the things I want you to know. Secrets start in your heart to slow. But if you don't wanna tell me now, I guess I'll never know. Losing almost all my energy. It's getting hard to talk to you, and I'm the only one who speaks. It's all the things you never show. There are the things I want to know. Secrets start in your heart to slow. But if you don't wanna tell me now, I guess I'll never know.
Okay, guys. Oh my god, I panicked for a second. I saw no writing in the chat until Sharon just said hi, Sunny, and I thought for a second that so I clicked on something different this time. I clicked on to that this live stream is reusable, meaning that I don't have to create it each time. I can come in and use this link again. And so I didn't see anyone talking until Sharon. I was panicking before the live, going, "Did I misclick something where no one can comment?" Anyways, happy Saturday, everybody. Hi, Sharon. Hi, Ben. Favorite mods. And let's see here. Gotta love Ben and Sharon. They're always constantly here when they can make it. Sharon always, Ben, when he can, because he's in a whole different time zone. Hi, Ellie. Long time no see. Nice to catch a live. Hope you and Steve. Yes, Steve, husband over there. I was like, husband, want to do live with me? I was just joking, but he's like, opens the door, closes the door. He only does lives if I beg him, basically. It's not usually just yeah, sure. It's like, come on, please. But I was just joking. He's it's not his really cup of tea, but he doesn't he'll do it for me sometimes. Anyways, yes, thank you. Welcome everyone. Please share this to your social media. Yeah, please hit the like button if you guys could. It really would be nice to get into that algorithm. Oh well, it is what it is, right? Anyways, hi Citizen Sleuth, how are you? Anyways, yeah. So as you can tell, I do lives very infrequently at the moment. Again, it's most of the reason is simply because I fix people's problems all day at work, and the last couple weeks, especially, was like 12 to 8 shifts. This week and next week is like 6 to 2. So yeah, work at 6 in the morning, but or 3 days from home, 2 days in the office, type of thing. But anyway, it's just that it's mentally draining. So to sit there and have to look for stuff or try to create videos or anything like that and do lives, it's just a little bit hard and tiring. Because like I said, if I'm already fixing people's issues all day, and it's not like true crime is like this, like fun thing in a sense. It's a lot draining, and it's very emotionally draining as well, right? I think about like for instance, I literally the reason why I didn't come on a little bit sooner was because I literally for some I've just been getting over a flu, but I constantly seem to have a headache, and I don't really get headaches. So to me, it's more of a sinus probably headache. But anyway, so I was basically had a headache, and I was trying to sleep that off. But anyways, all of a sudden I wake up from this dream I was having, because I dream a lot, like a lot. Most of them are nightmares. Most of them, Ben, include you, but those are usually the good dreams. No, versus the nightmare dreams. But anyway, so I woke up and I remember waking up, and I was just saying to Seth, like in my dream, I was like, so are you doing anything tonight? You want to join the live? And he goes, let me look at my schedule. Yep, I can make it. Anyway, that was just a dream though. Anyway, my favorite mod, Sharon. Let's see. Hi, Sunny. I took the summer off here. It's great to see your pretty face, interested in your perspective. I love you. It's so great to see you too. And I'm so glad that you had or took the summer off. Everyone needs, like myself included, right? Especially because the people that usually, oh, I hear a dog barking next door. The people that usually come in true crime are usually very empathetic. Not everyone on the same level, like everyone has their reasons and stuff, but for us people that are very emotional and very empathetic, and we take on other people's, anguish as if it's our own and stuff like that. Like, even it's just that's just who I am, right? Meaning that's just how I feel about people in general. And it's hard to get away. Like, it's not like I can turn myself off and be like, stop being so deeply caring and did it. But it's really, they impact my heart very much. And this case, Sebastian's case, the Delphi case, Jay Slater's case, uh, and some other ones, of course. I mean, they all are sad. I don't cover them all, but there's a lot of stuff that I watch that I never cover on here. But it's just so heartbreaking. Like, thinking about this 15-year-old child, who's autistic, for anyone that doesn't know. Um, but just thinking about where he could be, what happened to him. Is he alive? Is he not alive? Looking at the anguish on Seth's face when he speaks just utterly breaks my heart. Like, you just wish that you could just go poof, here's your son back, or Abby and Libby, like I said, these two girls that deserved such a wonderful long life ahead of them. And then their lives were taken. And we all know Richard Allen is on trial for the deaths of Abby and Libby. And that's going to be starting, well, what was it? The jury selection or whatever, 14th. Anyways, that's coming up in a couple weeks here. That one I would love to see. I would love to watch the trial, like, for that one, but we'll see how that one all plays out on there. And again, if anyone, let me just put this up here quickly, Brand. If anyone, you guys know Aspen Connor, the co-host. If, that's his Cash App up there in the corner. If anyone does have any extra money to donate to him traveling, it is so expensive. And honestly, that type of coverage is the best coverage, when you literally have people that are there and either get to sit in the court or get to talk to people, visit the area and stuff like that. I love boots on the ground. But anyways, so actually, what happened when I said that I'll be there in a sec, because Aspen, I can see, was playing with the settings. So when I clicked to come into the studio, full screen, this big colorful thing pops in front of my face with that little Cash App in the corner there. And at first I'm like, what the heck's going on? Like, what is this? And then I was like, wait a second. Aspen must have been in here playing with something. But that is like this colorful picture, and it took up my whole screen. And I was panicking. I was like, what the fuck? What the heck is this? And then I realized. But anyways, um, so if anyone can help out Aspen Connor, that's his Cash App in the right hand corner there. It would be great. If you could, I'd rather see um, donations go to his Cash App, to do with the Delphi, or if anyone has anything. That's all. Okay. So I'll leave that up there for Aspen during this live. Anyways, let's see here. Hi, Bax. How are you? Thank you. But I can't remember if I lost my train of thought earlier, as I got sidetracked by that, but whatever. I get sidetracked a lot, not gonna lie. Okay. But anyways, nice to see you guys. I know that there's 35 people here. Let's see here. This always tells me. 28 in the channel, 7 from Twitter. Hey, Twitter. Twitter's one of my favorite things. I know how to use it, the most out of any of those other things out of there. And that's not even saying a lot, to be honest. I use like you guys, this is like a whole new version because the old Sunny, I used to be in Irk chat. I used to be ripping off those stupid things that would come out paid to surf and stuff like that. I would manipulate time like this. Like I used to make my own websites, stuff like I used to do a lot of stuff on the computer. But after you haven't done it in a long time, you just kind of forget about it. But I remember when those paid to surf, paid for it was called one was called All Advantage Paid to Surf. There's one called Jackpot, you know, and honestly, it was like getting this many paychecks of $5, $5, $15, $10, $5, and the mailman would come and go, type of thing. And it was because at the beginning of when the internet kind of came about and these programs started coming out, there was really nothing that could stop somebody from, you could download music from LimeWire and all those different things. You could manipulate time, 25 hours I could do in 1 second, and stuff like that. So I was really I was kind of proud of my tech or IT stuff that I could do, including uh, with what do they call that stuff now? I can't even think of the word. Like old school HTML type of thing where you put it in yourself. Now, once I think it was once Snapchat. Was it Snapchat? I think it was Snapchat. I remember someone saying, "Yeah, Snapchat." I'm like, "No, I got enough shit." Okay, ICQ was where I started from, which meant ICQ. I was like one of the first messengers out there. And then after I got to like Facebook Messenger, I just could have cared less about anything else. And then at some point I was like, "All right, F it. Got to start learning this Twitter shit and whatever TikToky crap and stuff like that." But I really don't do a good job at it, to be honest with you. I think it's just more like I just don't give a shit. Like, honestly, it's like, eh. I'm too lazy to do all that stuff anymore. Speaking of dreams, I dreamed Ben sent me alive. All right, sure. Just justice for cactus. Absolutely. That's for Jay Slater, by the way. On there. Let's see. Oh, look, squirrel. Yeah. Hi, Lacey. Yeah, no Aspen. Charmaine's at work and stuff like that. So I'm going to be talking about Sebastian's case, and we're going to go over it. Hi, GP. Been a long time, been a minute too. But anyways, I just do lives when I can at the moment. If I ever decide that I have them more energy, like Christmas time, I have about 10 days off. So I'll be doing quite a few lives around Christmas time there because I totally booked from I think it was the 18th or 19th to the 31st off because we have to work either Boxing Day or New Year's typically, you know. But so anyway, so I was like, yeah, I'll just stretch that. So I'll be doing a lot of lives then. Anyways, okay. So Sebastian Rogers, I'm going to use a fair use disclaimer, blah, blah, blah. For some reason, that live yesterday, come on, YouTube. Like, seriously, you guys taking a piss? Like, there was nothing that was even remotely, what do you want to call it? A violent nature and this and that. And then it went yellow. I'm like, that was one of the tamest lives, you know, ever. And all of a sudden I look this morning and I'm like, yellow? Like, seriously. Like, imagine if I had like 100K views. Like, the only reason why I don't so much give a shit is because there's not enough views. So what? So I missed out on 30 cents, 50 cents for yesterday's live, you know? But imagine if I had like 100K views and YouTube turns it yellow. And then by the time they pick their nose, type of thing, and look at your request for review, days have gone by. And then they're like, yeah, okay, green. Meanwhile, you just missed the whole peak, right? Because during the live, it's when the live ends, right? And then the viewer count, even though there's ads throughout and whatever. But all I'm saying is it's just so stupid how yesterday's live was yellow. And I used to fight that all the time, but I noticed with YouTube's kind of change in when they keep changing their policies and this and that, and their little AI robots going through, like they seem to be cracking, like catching stupid shit on there. Anyways, big F you on that one, YouTube. Sunny, do a fun live one night with Aspen soon. I'll think about it. Only because you're asking, I'll think about it. That Jay case was crazy. Yeah, I actually ended up taking down all my videos for the Jay Slater case. I think I was just more pissed off because down the rapids, I gave me a copyright strike for using his video, and I supported that dick. And then all of a sudden, it was just like, I was just like, yeah, whatever. I'm just taking them all down. I again, you know, this channel is still small. It's the I don't give a shit. But anyways, I ended up taking them all down. They had quite a lot of views off of those. But Jay Slater case, like I said, was a recent one that we had followed. And Sebastian Rogers, again, and I'll say it again, this was the first channel to talk about the Sebastian Rogers case. I don't care. Call it ego. It's not really ego, but not really actually. But yeah, I mean, I guess it would be a little bit, eh? It's just I'm kind of proud of that fact that Aspen brought that one, you know, and I I think it's more the fact that when I came across it, I shared it out as fast as I could to other YouTube creators. Not to say that they caught on because of that, but I was sharing it out on Twitter because I wanted to bring awareness to this case. So it's more that I'm proud of, in a sense, of where this case has gone with Sebastian and all the people that are working so hard with boots on the ground. Hi, Justice Jane. So it's probably like more of that fulfillment that I feel that, a lot of cases, they come out, they die off, unheard of again. But Sebastian's, it's been strong, then it got weaker a little bit there, and then all of a sudden, it amped up. And of course, with Dog the Bounty Hunter on it, even amps it up more. So, if this was your child, you would be very blessed that there's people that are searching, that are on boots on the ground, that, Dog has come into the picture. Any type of help, that way is good help. This is not including those channels that are just leeches and just create drama, create, it's when people create untruths and they just make up these far-fetched, shit just so that they can reap off of a storyline and keep reaping off it and reaping off of it, and they'll dissect one thing, but it's when they really try to um like do fake thumbnails, all that stuff, just for the sake of their pocketbook, and that stuff will always piss me off, and I'll speak out against that all day long, you know. Hi, Mr. E's Crime Cast. Well, we used to have a Mr. Electric. That's close. Anyways, welcome. Thank you, GP. Love you. Okay, so I'm thinking that we'll start off. I was kind of torn here for the live. I was like, do I start off with the live that we did with Seth, or do I start off with this timeline again? Now, basically, this live, you guys, what I want it to be about is, obviously, anyone that's following this case, you guys, your minds, they're all freaking fucked, right? Because of this case, like, meaning anyone that's following this case is absolutely stumped, in a sense, because we only can know certain amounts of information. Other people know more. Other content creators might find out more because they live in the area, have traveled to the area, have talked to some neighbors, gotten some information and stuff like that, But unless you follow every darn ass channel that where they're following it, because there's lots of these channels like this guy, what's his name? I can never remember his name. Vanished and Corrupt with Steven. You know, isn't that so funny? So my ex-husband's name is Steven, spelled the same way as that guy's PH. My husband's name is Steve. Oh, they just follow that name. It goes everywhere. But anyways, um, so there's all these channels that I haven't personally seen before, but I know that that corrupt with Steven. He's put out about 3 videos, and they're searching, trying to help find Sebastian Rogers. And, I was, so yeah, actually, you know what? I think I'll start off with that. I think I'll start off with this right here. Okay. So obviously, this is Sebastian. Whoops, get out of there. Get out of there. All right. So let me, let me make that bigger. Now, what did I do?
Although he doesn't like to be
Oh,
dirty, it's kind of funny because he also doesn't have awareness. Because
why
if
is
you
my
look,
thing
he's
not
got
there?
chocolate milk on his.
1 second. Okay. So this is obviously from Chronicles of Olivia, this part. But why is my little thing not there that I should be seeing?
Face because he didn't wipe
Big,
it off at
but I
breakfast.
should. Okay. So obviously, let's just start here, right? Proudfoot home, and at the front of the house, okay, is Sebastian's room. This is where his room was. Katie's and Chris's room in the back. Faith's room is in the back as well, facing the backyard. And then, like up here is that, what do you want to call it? That it's like, this is like kind of like a 2-story home in a sense, but it's not really called a 2-story home because it's like, it's kind of like this is a loft, right? Everything is really based around the bottom floor of this home where the bedrooms are for Sebastian. Oh, I know why. It's because this is like a video thing. That's why. Okay, so just to get, so here's again the front of the house, right? Where Sebastian lives there. Okay, I gotta make this, it's bugging me. 1 second. Why? Okay, close. Thank you. I got to, can I move you over? Ugh, go away. I don't know why this is giving me issues today. Anyways, oh, it's because it's in video form. But what I wanted to do from Steve, Vanished and Corrupt with Steven, was I just grabbed a few of his pictures just to give you guys an idea of. Can you wait? You know what? Maybe I should. Let me. 1 second here, guys. How can I feel so rusty? Let me make this bigger. Um, okay, let's see here. And I'll make it bigger. Okay, it keeps going to the video part of it. Oh no. Okay, stop, 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 stop. I'm gonna have to show it the other way like I was doing. Okay, so if you guys can't see this, I hope you can. But anyways, right here, right, is Sebastian's home. This is Sebastian's home here. Basically, from his drone footage, I'm just trying to give you guys a visual of all the trees that are around this area. Like all, like that's the visual of it. So Sebastian's home is right here, and this is where, like, basically the path, in a sense, what they're saying that the dog had gone to the retention pond. But it's just more about, this is the new development. So this is the house with the camera, right? Remember, with the lights, the flashing lights. And then, just as like I said, just to give you, come on, man. Oh, I put that one in twice. Hold on. I wanted to put, did I not? Oh, I think I uploaded it twice. 1 second. I wanted this one, I think. Yeah. Come on now. I want to hurt my mouse. Whatever my mouse is doing, I want to hurt it. Anyway, so, Pete's sakes. Why isn't it? Oh yeah, replace background. There we go. Okay, so this is like, what's it called? The school. that Sebastian went to right there. I can't think of the name. I want to say Beecham. So just again, just giving you an idea of what that area looks like, just for a lot of the visual. 1 second. Okay, so I want to talk about a few things, of course, because there's only so many things that could have happened to Sebastian Rogers. I'm listening while I'm remodeling. Hi, Daisy. Okay, so one would be that Sebastian himself took it upon himself to leave. Now, there's a couple things that say could have happened there, even if you don't believe in that version. It doesn't matter. It's just one of those things is that you have to look at the different possibilities regardless. So, did high support with Stepha. So, did Sebastian leave on his own accord? Did Sebastian decide that he was going to take his own life and, leave without shoes, without anything? Because that has to be an option regardless. Even if it's on the scale of 1%, it still has to be an option. Because at the end of the day, typically when somebody doesn't take anything, right? There's many cases out there where these women or husbands, they don't take their phone, their wallet, nothing, and they just head off, drive their vehicle, gone they go. And, like you said, some of these search teams and stuff, they end up finding them all these years later in usually rivers and different things. So it's either did Sebastian leave on his own accord? And within that comes, did he leave because one, remember how there was him going to his dad's, and that I think it was it online, I think it was online schooling, right? And he wasn't wanting to do that. Were any of these reasons that would make Sebastian, take off himself? Did he, because of Katie's and Proudfoot's marriage? It's High Grunge Track. How are you? Did he, like, did he like Christopher Proudfoot? Did he not like Christopher Proudfoot? Was he a child doesn't leave by themselves unless they are unhappy about something, right? So if Sebastian left on his own accord, then obviously a child does not leave without reason. Now, was there third party involvement in all this? Well, knowing the stuff that we do know is we know that, obviously the police would have checked for any persons on video camera, perhaps in the area, coming out of that front door, at the time that Sebastian supposedly goes missing. Because remember, the timeline is based around Katie Proudfoot, which is 12 at night to 6 p.m. I also want to talk about the reactions from both Seth versus the Proudfoots, and just things that make you go, because at the end of the day, this case is honestly a mind fuck is what it is to come out now. Right. And like I said, that has to be in there as one of the thoughts is that, that either somebody assisted Sebastian, but how? How did somebody assist Sebastian? Because again, where is footage of a vehicle, a person, like, like say some sort of, predator, right? Like, where is there any footage? But there's not. There's nothing. And that's the point, is like there's just nothing. But a kid doesn't just disappear. So obviously something happened. So is it Sebastian on his own, third party involvement, or Proudfoot involvement? I mean, I guess the fourth one would be any other person besides those three things of what I just said involvement. But if we have no footage, and right, because you know that the police, like I said, would have, if they had video footage of Sebastian at all, they would have showed it. If you've seen this child, like this was the last moment that Sebastian was seen, right? We're asking for the public's help, in all of this. Now, again, recently, Dog the Bounty Hunter had joined in the search here for Sebastian Rogers with Nick the Hat. And, SF Investigates is also out there, plus all the people that are doing the ground searches. And they added, Dog added 50,000. But the Dog and Jennifer on their live a few days ago, 4 or 5 days ago, we're talking about that and how that it's so odd, and that the lengths that you would have to go through to get something like that approved, what you would have to show for them to offer $50,000, right? So chances are, they're, like I said, they maybe think that foul play was involved to offer that. Let me just see what you guys are saying. Sebastian was escorted or carried out of the home. It was someone who knew how to scramble the neighbors' home security. This is one case where the family won suspects. Like I said, we're going to get into that. So we'll start off by saying that anything that we speak about is just thoughts, theories, hypothetical situations, but knowing for the information that we have and the perception of what we have seen. And that is about Seth Rogers versus the Proudfoots. So we'll talk about that part for a second, because from the get-go of this case, it has been very clear that Seth Rogers draws true emotions when he is speaking. That is very clear as day, that when Seth Rogers speaks, you can feel his pain. You can see the agony. 7 months later, he still wells up with tears because he's so exhausted. No person, unless you're a blooming fucking idiot, no person would be stupid enough to have done something to their son and continue search after search, begging people, asking people for their help, going on all these channels. It's unlike someone like that's a narcissist like Christopher Proudfoot over there. But do you know what I mean? If somebody doesn't understand true emotions when somebody is speaking, and people that have been blasting Seth, it's funny how the tides turn. Seth, yes, right? Everyone was in his corner. Then all of a sudden the tides turned a bit, and people were starting to dig for this and that, and with Christopher Proudfoot stuff. And then because Seth lost his shit a few times on some lives, obviously being frustrated, upset, and a lot of YouTube creators, just simply used him, basically, right, for their own benefit. There was some YouTube creators, of course, that have a genuine care about the case, for the honesty of it. And then you got YouTube creators that literally, oh, well, Seth isn't talking to me anymore, but hey, I need to get this off my chest now that we're not talking. I held it close to my chest, but now I'm going to give you all that information. Yeah, because you're a piece of shit YouTube creator that sits there and was just riding off of this case, right? So you do something in private, and then all of a sudden you have an outing, and then all of a sudden it's just like, yeah, that stuff that I was being so faithful and holding close to my vest, now I'm just going to shit on Seth. I'm going to do this, and it's so funny to watch when people just change like that. But anyways, Seth, yes, was going through a time there where he was getting very angry, and da-da-da-da-da-da, and so a lot of people took offense to some of the stuff he was saying. Anyways, the tides turned a lot on Seth, and then next thing you know, people are sitting there trying to say that Seth had something to do with it. Grow yourself an effing fucking brain if you honestly think that Seth had something to do with the disappearance of Sebastian. Okay? Again, this no idiot in their right mind, and I don't care, YouTube, give me a yellow fucking video on this one. No person in their right mind would look for their son for 7 months, be in so much pain still, right? I mean, let me just go back to, where's that picture? So let's start. Oh, I did have it. Okay, here. Right? Like, whoops, come on. Please back up. Like, look at that man's face. Okay? Just in agony. This is on a recent one. I think this one was. But you know what I mean? You can just feel it, see it, and stuff like that. And if you disagree with me, it's okay. You're allowed to disagree with me in this channel. It's fine. Just be respectful on your comments about, get your point across. Um, and but just do it in a respectful manner for anyone that is new to the channel. Okay, but you don't have to agree with what I'm saying at all. But anyways, so you have Seth going out there, busting his ass, right? He's not a lightweight. Obviously Seth has pounds on him. He has like an injury to his arm. And yet, all that aside, he was busting his tail out there looking for a son. Then we take the Proudfoots. Well, right from the get-go, right? It was actually about a week before anyone did interviews at all. Okay. The Proudfoots come out and they go on the Duchess. She has 5K subscribers. Are you in your right effing mind that your child is missing? And then after 7 days of this child missing, you're going to go on a YouTube, no offense to Duchess, you're going to go on a YouTube channel with 5K views? Or would a normal person want to hit all the big news, CNN, News Nation, all the big stations? But no, let's go park our ass on a nominal channel that no one's really heard about. And, and the only reason why it was heard about was because, like I said, somebody comes across it, then they share it. And it was, of course, it was the first thing. But who would think to do that? So you're so distraught. You go, you know what? Fuck it. Let's just go on a YouTube channel. Let's just air our shit about Sebastian to a YouTube channel instead of talking to like the actual like news. I would be begging for news channels to cover the case. But no, but they go do that. Anyways, Proudfoots. Again, you don't hear, they do the little hand video. Remember where you're looking at their fat little chubby hands on there? And you're watching that. That was so disgusting because they were so emotional. Oh, bullshit, right? Bullshit. So, again, these are just my personal thoughts on it all. I know people can react differently, but, we are talking about multiple times that what the Proudfoots have done, mother, of a child that's missing, is just absurd. Don't you agree, you guys? Like, with Katie, as a mother, anyone that has a child. Hi, Angel. It doesn't make sense. It is clear cut as day that Seth had an alibi. Not only did he have an alibi, right? But his emotions speak for himself. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you guys are intuitive as well. A lot of you guys, right? When somebody's full of shit and when somebody's being sincere. Yes, so now and again a little slime ball gets biased, but it's rare. No, he hasn't searched since March. But what has Katie Proudfoot done, though, right, Nursey? What has Katie done besides sit on her freaking ass on the couch sending out flyers or whatever? Really? Like, meaning as a mother, right? The difference that we've seen in how the Proudfoots have acted versus how Seth has acted are two opposite ends of the spectrum. Hi, Victoria. How are you? No, I don't watch the Mob Crew. I do not like that dude at all. Like, you know what? Let me be fair. I said this yesterday, and I'll say it again. If I want to put myself in a coma, I'll watch his videos. The guy is boring as shit to me. I do not watch him. Like, seriously. I've watched him a couple times. No. I need to watch more amped up type videos. Seth had surgery. But I mean, it's okay to say that. I just speak my mind, and you know what? I'll be truthful about that. On Actually, I won't even get into it. Anyways, I have my reasons why I do not like the dude, and I'll just keep it that way. To be honest with you, don't want to vent on that. Duchess does the digital blip board, Sunny. They have thousands of people see Sebastian on their way to work. Yeah, absolutely. I know that she, has been raising money for the billboards. Absolutely. And again, my comments are no offense to Duchess. I'm talking about the Proudfoots and the fact that they would literally go on. Now, the supposed reason why they did go on the Duchess was because someone that knew the Duchess was a friend of the Proudfoots and asked. But still, I'm just saying, your son's missing and you're just going to go like, yeah, I'm just going to go to a YouTube channel that literally has no audience, virtually no audience, when my child's missing because I'm so distraught that I'm going to go do that instead. Right now. He has inroads with locals, and we found out a lot in the last 2 weeks. Well, there's a lot of info there right now. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Daisy. Shared to all Facebook's groups. Hi, Robin. Thank you. So anyway, back to the Proudfoots. So the Proudfoots, like I said, have anything like a mother, right? You'd be shouting from the rooftops and all that. Remember, they took off the decals on the vehicles. All they shut down their they closed off in a sense their Facebooks. So all these outlets for looking for Sebastian, they were so focused, like Christopher Proudfoot especially, was so focused on themselves versus Sebastian Rogers. I mean, Chris Proudfoot really, he put his foot in his mouth, to be honest with you. For the trolling he has gotten and stuff like that, beyond the people that are like ridiculous trolls out there that go way too far, but as for the repercussions of when he was talking and the things that have come out of his mouth, nobody really likes that dude, right? And the people that do like that dude, whatever, like, I guess you have to have your good versus evil, your ass kissers versus, the truth type of thing. Right, Victoria. What does Stepha say? I worked with DV victims and dealt with the predator. The behavior of CP on YouTube is typical behavior, the predator, keeping it real. I'll agree with you on that. Oh, yeah, the punctuation for when you type something. If you have a dot and don't put a space or something like that, YouTube's going to go, you're trying to post a link because, like, just think of an HTML or www dot, right, on there. What did Boston say? Are you talking about his arm? If you're talking about his arm that he hurt from before, which was from months ago, but I'm sure it's still sore. But, he has like takes medication and whatever for his arm. I really tried to watch it. Yeah, I know he has dive into that video. I just can't stand it. Yeah, that's pretty much, you know what? That was probably, so taking it wasn't even a beef with him, but taking that aside, I really cannot watch people if I can't stand listening to their voice. And if someone feels the same way about me, I don't give a shit, just like they probably won't give a shit. But when it comes to voice, I cannot. If the voice sucks, I cannot listen to you. Because some of them are just so irritating and high octave, like, I don't know. No, you're not on mute. I'm talking. Can you hear me? You guys can hear me. Maybe you're on mute. On there. Hey, Stepha, do you want to come up with me? If you're bored, I'd like to hear your thoughts. If you got time. If not, then that's fine. But anyways, the Proudfoots. Yeah, okay, I thought so. Yeah, I'm not sure what Robin meant there. Hi, Ginger Girl. But but the Proudfoots have honestly projected, like from start to finish, and that's not even finished. They have projected everything that would go against the grain. You would love, I would love to come up with you. Okay, let me get the link for you because I would like to listen to you on this one. Invite. No. Okay, wait. Where's the invite thing? Hold on. Invite. Send this link to your. Oh, I guess. Okay. I just send this link to you. Let me go to Facebook for a second here. Find you. Support with Stepha. Support. Wait. It's not underneath that. Stepha, message me. I think I. Oh, there you are. Found you. Okay. Sent you link on there. Okay. We'll get Stepha to come up. Um, talk about behavioral stuff and things that make sense with that. But anyways, the Proudfoots, like I said, I can't, I don't even know where to start with that because there's just so many instances of something that you just don't do. Like, do you remember they even were on? I think was it Terry Lynn's show? And it's like they were having a freaking drinking night or something. They were just giggling away. It was the most embarrassing thing I remember listening to, like just listening to them. It was almost like, yay, Sebastian's gone. Cheers, type of thing. That was the feeling from it all, And then you got, like I said, Seth, who's just constantly, in this agony and pain, just, you know, 7 months, guys, 7 months. So Sebastian Rogers, like I said, did he leave the home himself? Did somebody assist him? Did the Proudfoots have anything to do with it? Even though, keep in mind, right, that, I mean, there's nothing to show anything. There's nothing to show that Seth had anything to do with it. There's nothing to show the Proudfoots had anything to do with it. But at the end of the day, the last point of contact with Sebastian was Katie Proudfoot, right? That's who holds the true story in a sense. So if everything that Katie has said is true, right, then it would be that Sebastian did leave the home himself, if everything that Katie said was true. But there's a lot of weird things about Sebastian and Katie, the thud, the F. So the fun fact that Katie said, which really kind of sticks out, yeah, green hearts for Sebastian, guys. You know what? Like we all would, right, Ginger? When it's our own child, right? Like like I said, when you put yourself in somebody's shoes, you know, unless you are a parent that just literally doesn't give a shit about your child, you know, it's how it is. It's like that he can't come down yet because if he comes down, you know, he's going to be depressed and broken beyond what he already is. So it's almost like you have to put your strength forward, everything that's in you, just to keep going and going and going through exhaustion, through it all that he has to do. Um, this is one real mystery, but I have a feeling there will be I would love it if there is. I mean, are you talking about dog citizen sleuth? Hey, and citizen sleuth, if you want to come up here and join as well, just let me know as well on there. I know, like I said, I know that this case is very okay, no problem, Stepha. I know that this case is it just hurts the brain. It hurts my brain all the time because with the information that we have, it's not enough for us to know, did Sebastian leave on his own accord? Did a third party assist? Did the Proudfoots have anything at all to do with it? Sebastian did get lost in all of this. Never by this channel, I'll tell you that much. Because too many people caught up in the drama, like it turned into an outright circus. It was embarrassing, to be honest with you. And it's one of those things is that this is on YouTube, news, whatever, like that stuff's forever, right? And instead of two people that, like two families that should be working together, you know, and it really started by the whole breakdown with the GoFundMe, like which pissed Christopher Proudfoot off, you know, and it's just, like I said, just clash, clash, clash. But I still will say this at the end, like you can't make two people work together if they don't want to, in a sense. Like if one person wants to shut down the other person, you can't force them. And sadly, what we had here was a big breakdown between the two families, and it all became about egos for like Christopher Proudfoot. Basically, Christopher Proudfoot's thing is like, like you got to keep your word. You said you weren't going to start a GoFundMe, and Seth was like, I didn't start it. My sister said because of work and money, and I'm gonna da 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 da. So she started it, type of thing. So instead of just manning out it, type of thing. Now, Christopher Proudfoot took issue with that, of course. But Christopher Proudfoot, he takes issue. It's almost like he can sit back and go on lives and bullshit you and lie, like outright lie, right? Right, Mr. Lie Detector Test? You can outright lie, but he wants other people to, basically tell the truth, be accountable, all this stuff. So he's not practicing what he preaches. He basically he deems, respect. He has to respect you as if he's some sort of like God up here, but he's not. He's down here in the manure pile, you know, but he doesn't practice what he preaches, And so he's just an absolute full on narcissist that thinks that his shit doesn't stink, but other people's does. Like I don't know where him and Katie, I don't know. There must have been something similar about the two. I don't know. Let's see. Sebastian, Angel, I thought the same, and then the FBI issued. What was that? Sebastian has been lost knowledge has become about his parents. Yet it's not a criminal investigation. Well, at the end of the day, it has to be about the parents as well, because they're obviously part of the whole equation. But the drama, a lot of the lives that were going on was about the drama of what was going on between Seth and Christopher Proudfoot. And yes, the focus got taken off Sebastian. And the whole purpose of this is about Sebastian Rogers. You have Seth in one corner, and again, he said some things, but whatever. Some of those things that he said, like forgiveness, right? A man distraught, wants his son back, claiming he's not the most perfect parent in the world, but he sure ain't a shitty parent either, right? Loves his son, you clearly, and just wants him back. It's his only child. I only have one child, so I can put myself in that shoe, having one child, one son, and if something were to have happened to him, he has nothing, right? His whole world just collapsed. I don't see Katie's and Chris's world collapsing over there. Like I said, they have done the most darndest things. And when you see someone that, like I said, Katie, fun fact. Why fun fact, Katie? Why the fun fact of, fun fact, I made pancakes for Sebastian this morning. Fun fact. Why is that a fun fact? Like, so you typically don't make breakfast for your child, but fun fact, like, why are you including that? Fun fact. Fun fact, this was going to be Sebastian's last day, whether it was being seen or not alive. Fun fact, made him breakfast. It's those little things like that make you wonder. So that particular morning was a fun fact that she made Sebastian some pancakes. right? What? So that wasn't normal then? So why that day? Why the day that, the night that he goes missing? Fun fact, I made some pancakes. Not Team Chris. Team Katie or Team Bell. I'm Team Sebastian. That's correct. Right. Do you Nick's post means that the US Marshals are getting involved? I haven't seen, you talking about Nick the Hat? I haven't seen them. And honestly, I always forget. Like, because I'm from Canada, it's like I know about the US Marshals, but I'm not sure where their involvement is in things. So if anybody can answer that better. It's crazy. I had 3 babies, and there's no way my ass wouldn't be out there. You know, at the end, it's the projection, right, GP? The projection with it all of how this has been handled by the Proudfoots. It goes against the grain of something that it would be normal. Okay, not just one, not just twice, not 3 times, not 4 times. We're talking multiple things that they have done, which leads to being sus, right? But so you have, the LE saying that there is nothing to show that the Proudfoots had anything to do with Sebastian's disappearance. Correct. That's what they've said. Again, just our theories, just our opinions. But you can't help but look at what's gone on with what they've said. Like, for instance, again, the fun fact about the pancakes, the reason I bring that, I did, yeah, fellow Canadian. The reason I bring that up is because why? Sometimes it's those things that we overlook, right? Those little things that could mean something. And so she said, fun fact, I made breakfast that morning. Why? Sebastian did a lot of stuff that day. Why did Sebastian do a lot of stuff that day? Was it regular that Sebastian had this fun fact, I made breakfast, then we went over to BJ's, then we went over to bowling, then we went out for dinner, and it just seemed like, a day filled like what people have deemed as the last day, the last supper, in a sense. So it is. Fun fact, I made Sebastian some pancakes, right? So normally you don't, but this particular day, fun fact, or is that fun fact, because it was Sebastian's last day, whether alive or taken. Because unless we actually know how Katie typically is with Sebastian, on her days off, and do they have, like this many fun things that they just compact everything, all in a day? So Seth had said at the very beginning they were told not to search, but they can't stop you. Seth said that at the very beginning they were told not to search. Right. Yeah, I remember that. So now another thing Katie said, as I played it up here. Let me just go back to that. It was right. We'll play it right from here. Okay, so let me got volume on there. Okay.
Doesn't like to be dirty. It's kind of funny because he also doesn't have awareness. Because if you look, he's got chocolate milk on his face because he didn't wipe it off at breakfast.
Okay. Stop. Okay. So he doesn't like to be dirty, right? And again, he's autistic, right? It's like my son. My son's not autistic, but I'll tell you, if you got any bit of water on his shirt, that shirt came off, because he hated the feeling. So, fun fact, he obviously doesn't like to be dirty. So, why would a child that doesn't like to be dirty, doesn't really like the bugs and all that stuff, why would he himself by himself venture off, with socks on, without socks on, whatever, leave his home, not take anything, and go out into the night, yeah, with what, a little miniature little flashlight, go out into the night and go in to the woods, dirt, all that stuff. Why would a child do that? So that doesn't really make sense, because everything about that scenario, just in general, right, just doesn't make sense. A child, if a child is going to leave home because they don't like being there, that child is going to pack his knapsack, he's going to pack some of his snacks, he's going to pack his money. If he's truly going to run away, that child's going to take some stuff. And yet Sebastian took nothing besides a little flashlight that, and that's just, I mean, that's just what we've heard, right? Is just that little keychain flashlight, So that one in itself seems absurd, that Sebastian would go out, you know, sneak on by, miss every camera, miss every doorbell camera, nobody's seen him, go up the road, go through all, like I said, without shoes on, let's say socks, let's say he has socks on, right? Walk in the dirt, walk through sticks, walk through water, whatever, and do that. Really? It doesn't make natural sense. Now, people, you know what? Some idiot, and if you're watching this, to the idiot that I'm talking to, some idiot said on a comment, maybe before you go do a live, you should know about the facts. And they were talking about the lights, and they were talking about the vehicle and stuff like that. Thing is about that whole light thing, idiot, is that no matter what, there's not one person here that can 100% say what those lights are exactly, anything about those lights besides guesswork. It's just guesswork about those lights. Okay? The video is not good enough to understand exactly the whole situation surrounding those lights. So it's when people come from another channel that they've probably watched, and they've watched a video about somebody showing the lights and blah, 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 blah. It's their best interpretation. Some of the videos, some of the creators and whatever, and other ones are just delusional, and we're going to get actually to that in a second. Actually, let me stop screen for a second. Let's go. Let me do this. I want to go to the live because I think I left it on that particular spot. Share screen. Exactly, GP. Okay. Okay, we're going to share screen. And this was about 5 months ago, and apparently this video was making its way around the internet the other day because of a few of the things that Seth had said in there, especially about what Christopher Proudfoot had said. But anyways, I'll play it from this point because this is where he's talking about the lights, okay, the garbage truck or whatever. But let's just make this. Wait, no, that is full screen. My bad. I meant to take myself off. There we go. Okay, hold on a second. Oh, 1 second. Hey, Stepha. Hey, Stepha.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
Oh,
I was on
okay.
mute.
Okay, no problem. I'm just going to play this video for a bit. Welcome.
Okay.
And then I'm just going to play a little bit of this video, okay?
Okay, sounds great.
Okay, thank you. Cameras, no alarm, no motion detectors. I don't know. I just thought usually nowadays, it's so odd that she works for Brinks, but yet doesn't. That they didn't, like, you would think, I don't know why, but for some reason in my head, I'm trying to equate Mr. Drill Sergeant Christopher Proudfoot there, that he would have all eyes on anyone.
especially being the fact that he was away from the house for such long periods of time. To me, that didn't fit with his personality either. But
yeah, I know. Did you find that strange at all, or just no? I mean,
find it strange. I mean, I don't have one at my house, but I rent.
yeah.
Right.
In order to do that, I have to tap into the electrical system and everything else because I've already looked into it.
Okay. Yeah, and of course, I know that you know this, that there's so many people like Joyce and Hoskins and a lot of people in chat. I pray every night for Seth and Sebastian, but last night was the first night I just cried. I tried to speak, but could just cry. So I know Seth has to be hurting 1,000 times over. Seth, I mean, I can't say this enough. And thank you for all you loving, caring people in the world that truly care and have empathy for people that are in situations like this. But I can't stress this enough. My biggest pain inside is when people, because we cover the murdered and the missing, because people have to suffer, like in your case, what's going on right now, to even try to comprehend, describe what that must be feeling like, that your only son is missing and you have no idea where he is, makes me, many times I've put, tears coming in my eyes, because it's such the most unimaginable pain to me to ever put upon a parent. And that's, I'm sure, like I said, it's just the most imaginable pain for someone. And my heart goes out to you. And
it would piss me off too.
absolutely. Like, okay. And I know you've answered this before, but let's pretend like you haven't. But what do you feel that someone has, Sebastian? That someone helped and aided him?
All I have is
Circumstantial.
and
Like
TBI. TBI doesn't want to listen to it. Sumner County doesn't want to listen to it. Yeah.
really? On a scale of 1 to 10, how frustrating is that for you? 100? Yeah, on there.
So Jackie Young says, have you seen the clothes that you saw your son wearing on the Texas Roadhouse video?
The
No,
jeans.
I'm back in that house since the little escapade with my sister setting up a GoFundMe.
Right. That's kind of where it all went down. Because, okay, now if I'm not mistaken, and correct me if I'm wrong, I know Katie said that he was wearing jeans. And I believe I want to say she said a white shirt. Is that correct?
It was jeans, and I think it was a blue, like a grayish blue, long sleeve shirt.
Long sleeve. Okay, for that. Okay. Only because obviously a lot of people don't even feel like Sebastian made it home after that. Let's see. If the trash, Sherry says, if the trash video was taken, there must be footage of anyone coming or going the weekend and should be checked. Okay. Thanks, Sherry. Cars. I knew that on Trev Time that there was this rumor of a vehicle at 3 something in the morning. Anything about that you've heard about any vehicles, mysterious vehicles in the area?
I've already given the information to TBI.
Okay.
So
But you have,
because they're not going to respond to me. They're not going to tell me if they checked it out. They're not going to tell me anything. So pretty much I get to take a whole bunch of flyers and take a map and throw a dart at it and find out where I'm going to start next.
I get it. Yeah, absolutely. And Jacqueline,
Oh, sorry.
thank you for the super sticker. But he has answered that one for the Speedway tip. So yes, he has heard about it, and he's you said, you go ahead and answer again if you would like, Seth, to that.
Yeah.
Oh, 1 second.
I sent the information to TBI. I don't know if they checked on it or not.
Okay. Someone has said, okay. No, so again, this timeline. I mean, the timeline that we hear is in the morning. Okay. I mean, I'm sure you've heard the timeline yourself many times. So in the morning, Sebastian is, laughing, they're joking around. He calls a relative to brag. I'm not even sure what it was to brag about. Katie didn't really say. It was really weird, strange though, when she looks over to Chris though and goes, and then we went to pick up his cousin, and she. In hindsight, I'm gonna say, oh, why do I have Aspen's picture? For Pete's sake, Aspen, why does it keep changing to your picture on there? There we go. Make it look like I'm not. In hindsight, I'm thinking that um, it was about his mom making breakfast for him, um, about bragging. I think that's actually what it was about. Because remember the fun fact, I made pancakes, whatever, for Sebastian. I think actually, in hindsight, that it just hit me right now that that's what he was bragging about, that his mom made breakfast for him, or pancakes or whatever. It looks like literally over to Chris, and Chris is just like, as if he was there. That was always strange to me. Like, not that I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I do note red flags when I see them. And he said, if Sebastian would have went out the window, we would have heard him, is what he said on a podcast. And then when Katie turns to him, Seth, and kind of is like, and then we went to pick up. I'm assuming that that's a cousin from Chris Proudfoot's side. Do you know? That morning of his disappearance, or sorry, on the 25th, eats breakfast. They get a call from, I guess, maybe the aunt. They go pick up his cousin, they say.
Well, it depends because if it depends on depending on who you listen to, either Katie went to pick them up or Melissa went to pick them up. So
Okay.
I mean, no, I don't know.
Well, I was going to say, so
Nobody
ahead.
has story straight. So it's like if your stories aren't matching and your stories aren't straight, then at least one of you are lying. If
Mhm. Well, that's just like, just to ask you, do you, okay, because I've watched their interviews and theirs are easy to keep track of, because unlike yours, because now you're everywhere, right? On all YouTube, putting out, Sebastian, hey, people, come help out and search, come put out flyers. Look, I just want my kid back. Please, 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 do what you can to help assist, and you're just speaking out every which way you can, and I get it. I bet you feel like if you're just sitting there, you feel like you're probably, you know what I mean? And your son's out there missing. Do you feel guilty if you're just sitting there, Seth?
I feel frustrated because I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
Right. Where else to go? Where else to look? Exactly. I
It's like when I did the show for Pascal, I told him I could do it 9 o'clock at night
yeah.
because by then I'm back here, and I don't want any of my volunteers out there after dark because we got people following them around. I want them to be in the daylight. It's
Yeah.
just
Well,
I'm trying to find
exactly.
my son.
Uh,
And at the same point in time, I'm trying to make sure everybody who helps me doesn't get hurt.
Absolutely. I mean, like, you know, honestly, it's just such a mind, like I call it like a mind fuck, really. Like, honestly, like, I sat there and I've listened to all of Katie's. Oh, that's what I'm sorry. That's what I was going to ask you. Like, they've added, okay, the first one they did was on a podcast, okay, which had 5K viewers, subscribers. I thought that was strange, but apparently the podcaster, somebody knew the Proudfoots, and I thought that was strange, just for the fact that I would think that the media out there, like the actual news outlets, those people can put stuff out there in a sense farther than a 5K channel. No offense to the channel that was called Duchess that they were on first. Now that's when Katie and Christopher, and mostly Christopher was doing the talking. And they talked about the flashlight. And they kept saying about the door being locked. It's funny how they never really mentioned it more so after that. So the first time they said the most information was on that first interview that they did on the Duchess channel. Then they did one with WSMV, and it's like they glazed over. Like they were talking, right? And they're sitting there, of course the news, a little bit different kind of vibe. And it's like there's at no point would Katie really give any sort of timeline. It was just more like, we woke up, we went and did some errands, uh, went out had for dinner. If she even said that the first time, can't remember. I'd have to go listen again. He said at 9 o'clock, I told him it was time to go to bed. And then, he says, love you, mama, love you, puppies. And then next thing you know, she wakes him up or goes to go wake him up and he's not there. And then, and then the next one they do, they're too emotional and we're just looking at hands. Like this is your child and we're looking at hands, because they're too emotional to do the interview. But yet, sorry, no offense, but that was when they were the least emotional from the interviews I had personally watched. Stop that there for a second there. I thought I had actually left it. I'll have to find it because I thought I left it on the part when I was listening to it about the flashlight videos. I was sure I left it on that part. Apparently not. But either way, it's funny. It's funny, like the same things that I exactly am saying on the live is right now is the same way I've said it on that live. I'm not sure what Pauline, I'm not sure what you mean by fun facts, really. I'm not sure what that comment means, to be honest. But anyways,
I
fun
think
fact.
I think she's talking about Katie when she says, "Oh, and I made breakfast." Fun facts: I made breakfast like that, and she's talking about her son that's been missing, and she's on TV trying to talk about her son being missing, and she talks about fun facts of making breakfast.
Yeah, that's what I wasn't sure, just because I wasn't sure if it was like coming off like I put fun facts in the title or
Oh,
if it was about the breakfast because that's what it was about. And so no, this isn't a recent interview. This is a 5-month-old interview. Seth, so back in the time when Sebastian first went missing, his mother, Robin Rogers, had come in to our channel and chat, and she was, basically laying sticks to Christopher Proudfoot. At that point, I really didn't know one way or the other about Mr. Proudfoot or Christopher Proudfoot. And she was basically saying how he was rude to her, ignorant to her, that he's a liar and all this stuff, right? Now, come to fruition like after the fact, she was accurate in that description. So anyway, she had come in and Seth had been in the night before and I had asked him, when he was and then he was in the day before and then he was in the next day, he said, I liked his thing, which I did because I wanted to see if it was really truly Seth or somebody making a Seth Rogers name type of thing. Anyways, it was Seth. Seth ended up, just randomly coming up that day. Asked him to. He said, sure. I honestly I would like to talk to him again, but I'm not really that person to bug someone too much. I don't know his contact phone number. I don't know his contact email. The phone number that they had for him on this whatever. The person that answered me back said it wasn't him, type of thing. So I just kind of left that alone. And then, like I said, then everything started happening. But I don't really like to, bug people. But I would like to talk to Seth again if he has time, and Tony, I guess, since Tony's always with him as well. But what was I saying before I just said that? Oh, the fun facts thing. The the when Seth came up, yeah. So it was Angela. Yeah, it was just like I said, a random thing. Unfortunately, he was having bad internet issues going on as well. But the one thing I really like about Seth is that, it's kind of like me. I'm an open book. I will give you most everything, but never give you everything fully because sometimes you just can't or don't want to, you know, um, type of thing. But that's what I kind of like always about Seth. Now, Christopher Proudfoot, he comes across like he can just like he'll just, hey, ask me a question, I'll give you the answer. Yeah, but when you come with with Christopher Proudfoot has shown that he has lied to us. He lied to us about the polygraph test.
Yep.
Um, like he's had multiple, what he might deem them as small lies and small lies and whatever. But the thing is that he has shown himself to be untrustworthy, and just a shady character in general. But anyways, I'll find that part about the truck, like the lights, when we talk about that. But Steffa, thank you for joining us.
Yes,
Um,
thank you for having me. I'm so excited to talk to you about this case.
yeah.
This is
So
this is
yeah.
kind of
So
important.
yeah. So right now, honestly, I really just want to hear what you have to say about this case. Now, just give, if you could, Steffa, of course, just tell everyone, what you do, like basically, your work, like in a sense, and just any studies that you've done, or your, whatever.
Girl, I don't do nothing now. I just living off welfare. No, I'm just kidding. No, I am a nurse, but I do case management from home. So I help people. I do. I have actually dual roles. So I do a lot of more nursing stuff, like for people over the phone because I work from home, obviously. But I also do what they call SDOH nursing, which is help people get resources, help them like if they're in a bad situation, get them to the resources to get out of their situation. Some people don't have running water, so how can we help them with COPD if they don't have water? Just basic stuff like that. So that's kind of what I do. But I work a lot in psych now, but I have a medical nursing background as well as drug and detox. So I do. I have a little channel, or I guess I haven't been on there forever, but I do. I did Delphi. But my channel was actually started for mental health awareness, and
Yes,
that's
yeah,
what I do.
yeah.
But with
Oh,
this,
I mean,
and Rick is back. Yes, Rick.
Charmaine deserted me for work. Okay, whatever. Love you, girl.
So
So
but I wanted to ask you if you saw, do you know that guy Silver something? I can't think of his name, and he goes out and he has been looking for Sebastian.
So I just watched one of his videos, the most recent one. I watched that yesterday. Hadn't heard of his name at all, because there's a lot of channels actually that I haven't heard of. Like I've never heard of Vanished and Corrupt with Steven as well. So I watched his last video, and his name is Silver's on the scene. I think
Yes,
is
that's it. Did you that might be the one I'm talking about, where he went to his place of employment. We found out he had been lying about when he got to work that day, that he called the police from the crane, and that actually they told him he had to leave
Oh,
work
hold
that
on.
day.
Charmaine Super Chat, 13 Canadian dollars and 99 cents.
Look what she put.
Thank you.
Oh,
Business
Charmaine, thank you. I mean, thank you for your nice comment. That's what I'm
Yeah,
trying to say.
I get the money, you get the comment, right?
Yeah, hey, I'll take it. I will take it. That was very nice. Thank you.
Yeah, she donated 5 memberships yesterday as well. The channel did, and Charmaine did. So again, for all those people that got a membership, and thanks, Charmaine, and thanks for that super chat there. I'll say Charmaine is the best supporter ever, monetary wise, of the channel.
Yeah, she
The girl
is.
has donated way too much to this channel over time, but now that I have a job, she can limit herself now. Love you though. Love you, Charmaine. But anyways, so go on with your bad self there.
So, is that the video you saw where he went to meet with the coworkers of Chris, and
Right.
yeah, that's the one I'm talking about, where they said
That's what I watched.
his timeline was all lies, and he got kicked off that day. He didn't even leave to go be with his wife with Sebastian leaving. He got kicked off. They told him he had to leave that day. I was like, what? And this guy is Silver. I can't remember. I
Silver's
always,
on the scene. Yeah.
yes. he he's like the real deal. He's been out there searching for months for Sebastian. So
Yeah. Gotta, you know what? You gotta support the channels. You know what? Like I think Angel said, like Seth has been on some channels that you wonder like what the heck is he even doing on some of these channels? Like honestly, you know, it's one of those things is that even sometimes I shake my head. I'm like, what the heck are you doing on that channel? Because again, there's what I deem as trash channels or there's very helpful channels. Like, when people are just genuinely caring, like this channel, when you just genuinely you don't put money or value over anything, you just genuinely care as a person. You're not trying to use the person, like you want to ask questions because the only way you can get some answers is by going to the people that have the answers or at least know some of it, and stuff like that. So Silver's on the scene. Even this corrupt with vanished and corrupt with what a name to say. He needs to change that title. Honestly, it's too hard to remember. I can never remember it. I'm only remembering it now because I'm forcing myself to remember it because I just looked at it, about 20 minutes ago. But anyways, genuine people out there that are caring. So yes, support those channels, guys, honestly. But people like drama, sadly. But the thing is with those drama channels, they're just a lot of them just feeding you a bunch of bullshit, in a lot of ways. And they're just, like I said, it's it's putting like a dollar over the case, really acting like they care about it, but all they're doing is stirring shit, you know, just yeah. Anyway, low lives. But anyways, so yes, I watched that video. Now we do. So Christopher did, in one of his videos, did say that he returned about 1:30 on Monday, and then in your head you're like, well, dude, like 3 hour drive. Let's see. You're talking to Katie. But anyways, go back to your point. You said about the crane that he
yes.
was calling, yeah, from the crane.
So yeah, he has a job where it's very
Oh, yeah.
important that he stay focused, and he made it like he left, um, like when he could, like he made it sound when he was talking to people like Nancy Grace, the way it came across was he left when he got the information so he'd go be with his wife, but that wasn't true. At 11 o'clock, the powers that be, the bosses said, you need to go, you're not focused, you're putting yourself in danger as well as the workers. And so then he left to go meet with the police and his wife at back to the home. So that was all BS. If you found out your stepson was missing, you should be, in my opinion, and I think most of Americans, you would go immediately to go be with your wife and with the police and try to find out where the heck your son is. Like, what the
Oh, whoops. Sorry, Matt.
no,
Ah,
they didn't even know that he was missing. That like he didn't tell his job, "Hey, my son's
right.
missing." I'm going, "Are you freaking kidding me?" Like that's to me was big information that we didn't get.
Well, so I was gonna say, and then, hey, Travis. Travis says, so what's the general feeling? I'll come back to that. Travis says, what? So just for you guys in chat, so what's the general feeling about law enforcement on response to Sebastian's gone missing, the investigation, search, etc. I'll put your comments in the chat there. What your guys' feeling is about that. So come back to that in a sec. Stepha. So yeah, so I was listening to that, and it was one of those things, right? Because Christopher Proudfoot lets you know what he wants you to know, regardless if it's the truth or not the truth. It may be the truth to his version of what he's saying and stuff like that. So yeah, I mean, it was always odd to me that so if Katie is so distraught, so
Yes.
right, that she's so distraught and he doesn't get back till like 1:30, and so again, this Silvers, we'll just call him Silvers.
Yeah.
Silvers is talking to like workers that were on the job site, and once, one or at least one or a couple saying that Christopher Proudfoot is shady. Now that's according to, like I said, Silver's video over there. Now I think we can all guesstimate, our own opinions on that, and I, for one, agree. Is Do I deem Christopher Proudfoot as shady and narcissistic? Yes, absolutely. Is he a liar? Yes, absolutely. That can be proven just in his polygraph alone of what he put, and then he tries to twist it. He's manipulative. He's like that one person that just thinks that their shit don't stink in a sense,
It was so.
and and just he's a very unlikable person. He talks like arrogant. You look at him, when someone thinks that they're a 10 but they're like a 0. Well, let's give him the
Yes.
benefit of a doubt. Let's give him a 1. Yeah, like -1 though. Okay. But yes, so it's kind of like, so Katie is so distraught. You're on the phone, you're calling the police, and yet you haven't, say, according to Silvers, that you haven't told anybody at work about Sebastian going missing, and they're like, no, we had no clue, you know. And your ass isn't headed back home. Like, let's say, get off the job site. Apparently there's people that can take over that crane, and his thing was that, well, he had to wait for a relief in a sense to come, type of thing, and because he couldn't just leave and stuff like that. Well, come on now.
Lies.
When there's something and your wife is freaking out, like, I would, like, my husband, like, if I'm just trying to put myself in that situation, husband, get your effing ass home right now, because he would want to. Because why? Because I'm distraught and I'm in a mess. I don't know where Sebastian is. Not go keep working away and not tell anyone that Sebastian is missing, or hey, I need to get going because
I have an emergency at home.
so this just kind of like lumps into all the weirdness about the Proudfoots, and again, we have no clue if they had any involvement whatsoever. But what we do have privy to is the things that Mr. Proudfoot, Katie Proudfoot, why do I keep calling him Mr. Proudfoot? Christopher Proudfoot, Katie Proudfoot have said that's come out of their mouths, and what they've said about the whole thing, and their actions about what they have not done and how they've done things, the perception that they've given. And it's honestly, to me, it's like being on a seesaw. Seth is on the high, they are on the bottom. But yeah, so is
Did
that
you?
strange?
I find it so odd that would be something you would make up. And the weirdest part about making this up, and tell me your thoughts on this, why did he lie about bringing his RV on the job site? They said there was no room for that, and nobody's allowed to do that. Why would you lie about that? It makes no sense.
Now, did he say that on a channel? Like, I mean, I know Silvers
Silver.
was talking.
Yeah.
Okay, so he said, so it was from somebody through the work.
Yeah, he asked him about, well, wasn't he here anyway? Because I guess he said he got there at 5:15, and they said a no crane operator is here at 5:15 because it's dark. And he's like, well, wasn't his RV parked here? And he said, no, we're not. First of all, there's no room to do that. But second of all, no one's allowed to have RVs here. No, his RV was not here. And he lied about that in the beginning and said that his RV, he parked it there at the hospital where they were, redoing, or where he was working.
Yeah. That those ones are always hard because we're not physically hearing. We're hearing from Silvers, but we're not physically hearing, like, you know what I mean?
From the coworker directly.
Like, I mean, at the end of the day, right? Like, it's kind of one of those things. A lot of times people don't want to be named or this or that. So, like myself, if I was doing that, I would hope that the people that are following me trust in the information that I'm giving them. If I'm saying, hey, look, I talked to these workers, this is what they said. And that's kind of like what he's doing there.
Yeah.
Like, this is the information I've gathered. But again, it's kind of like what Angel said. Does it make it factual to us? No, because that's kind of like, as again with Lauren from, what's Lauren's channel again?
The one, Lauren, that did bury Morphew.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
No, yes. What's her channel called again?
I can't remember. I just
Mhm.
I just watched
Find
it when
her.
bury Morphew during that period.
Yeah, and her with Donna Seraphine and stuff like that. It's kind of like a neighbor, according to Lauren, a neighbor said that Sebastian's light went off at this time because of their whatever could see it. That Sebastian's light went off just after 9, and that the other one went off, after 11 and stuff like that. But again, so it's kind of like say Silver's, the information will stick in my head, the
Mhm.
important stuff out of that, and you know, but yet we can never claim it as factual because we are just hearing it third hand in a sense.
Right.
But you try to look at the credibility of certain people. Lauren is a very genuine, honest person herself, right? And so it becomes about the credibility. Am I going to believe some of the other channels that spew shit, that
Yeah.
have credibility? No, but at the end of the day, Christopher Proudfoot said he did not get home till 1:30. Was he being truthful about the reasons for that? Well, again, you can't trust what he says out of his mind, you know, regardless. But though that everything you would have hoped that everything would have been vetted, by the LE.
Yep. FBI would knows, I'm sure.
Like this is like right. Like this is the, like boots on the ground are going in there, talking with them, gathering information. But at the end of the day, still, Ali is going to have so much information beyond what we could even grasp, I'm sure, when it comes to Sebastian Rogers. Do they know what happened to Sebastian Rogers? Absolutely effing not. They obviously don't. They're just as clueless as everyone, but they have all this information still, regardless, right? Because, of course, we know that they're going to look at Christopher Proudfoot and Katie Proudfoot and Seth Rogers and do their due diligence in vetting all that information. But something happened to Sebastian Rogers. And to think that he just walked away on his own accord, took nothing with him, is ridiculous. Unless, let me ask you this, Stepha. So my thing is this, and a lot of people, don't like it when you say certain things, but so usually when people take nothing, right? It's because typically they're going to go take their own life. A lot of times when we see in a lot of cases where they don't take their purse, their wallet, their this, their that. So what do you think the possibilities?
I would say zero, in my opinion. I don't think he took his life. I can't say 0% because I wasn't there, but
Right.
because he wouldn't have gotten far because he was barefoot and he didn't walk on outside very often barefoot, and it was cold that
Right.
night. So they would have found him if he would have gone to take his own life, because it's not like he would have had someone to give him a ride there to take his own life. So I think they would have found him if that was the case.
Right.
In my opinion, I think that video and you can see it looks like the car pulling up, and then the flashlights.
Which video are you talking about with that one?
The video that was got the corner neighbors, and you can see flashlight go from, it looks like from the car pull up at the side of the road, and then the lights, it looks like I'm trying to think of the light, if you see the lights come on after the it looks like flashlights, there were 2, after they go out of focus, then you see the car light up. And that's why I wish I could stand to watch the mob, because he's done a deep dive in it, and he's pretty good at the video thing, but because of his nasally voice, I have a really hard time watching him.
Well,
but go ahead.
Well, let me interrupt there. So back months and months, whatever it was ago. So back months and months ago, so whatever, I honestly don't care that I say this. True Crime Web, Steve. Um,
I
okay, so
remember.
right, so he was originally on Frank Meister's channel, and he had messaged me and whatever. Next thing you know, he had also come up on our channel, and like we got along really well and stuff like that. But we helped him get over 1,000 subscribers. Okay. This is how people treat you. Okay, this is what I want to say to this, because this is where Mob Crew will come into this. So Mob Crew had this video from the Idaho 4, okay, about the car. And so News Nation, this is where I came wise to the fact that News Nation and people, they don't vet anything. So I was pissed off because I said something like, any idiot can tell that these two cars are different. And it wasn't so much about Mob Crew. Well, I guess in a way it was a bit, because they were showing his video. He was on News Nation. And I'm like, how can you not fucking see that these are two different vehicles? Like, come on. And it was more like, come on, News Nation, don't you vet your shit before you put it up there? So, although Mob Crew thought that if you laid over this vehicle, it didn't take me long to look at this and go, are you kidding me? These are not the same. But so it's kind of like with me with Delphi. Things that I saw weren't there, obviously, in hindsight, right? Things
Right.
I thought I saw at the crime scene literally weren't there. Teach me a lesson in how the manipulation can be on your eyes. Now, so Chris, I think his name is Chris from the Mob Crew.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's his name. Yeah. So he, like I said, had this other car, and you could just tell instantly it wasn't even the same car, at least visually to me. Okay. So I was kind of pissed off at News Nation, because that's just like putting out a bunch of misinformation. And I would expect higher standards from news stations to do that. Anyways, I don't know what happened there, but next thing I know, they demoted True Crime Web demoted Aspen. I never asked to be a mod, and demoted Deb and Aspen, and
I
he
remember.
demoted them. Yes, and so Deb had asked me, like what the heck's going on, type of thing. Well, apparently, Deb, they apparently whoever showed True Crime Web or told him about the live, because True Crime Web, Steve, he was stone stepping, like he literally was going on True Mob Crew, but it's like he was stone stepping his way up. Oh, thanks for my 1,000 subscribers. Da. Oh, now I'm on to bigger and better fish that have more subscribers. Get myself out there. That's what it felt absolutely like. So to me, big bag of shit, True Crime Web Steve, because he literally didn't message me, said nothing to me. All I know is that I had said multiple times in that live. So Deb got demoted for, say, in a sense, sticking up for me. Apparently, sticking up for me for what though? She wasn't like, she was just putting in there that she agreed, about the whatever it was, the car or whatever. Um, anyways, so like I said, you're an adult and you're a police officer. And we literally were friends, and we had private conversations. And next thing I know, it's like I was just shunned, right? All because I said that any idiot can see that these cars don't look similar. And it wasn't about Chris, it was about the thing. So if you want to talk about him doing a video on the flashlights, well, dude, if you couldn't get the car right in the Idaho 4 showing that, and then what are the chances that I'm going to buy your crap on this video as well? But in saying that, not to say that it's not a good video that he might have out there or whatever, you know, but it's because of that situation. And so I've tried to watch Mob Crew because somebody else had mentioned it, and he just bores the fuck out of me.
I
Like,
know.
honestly, puts me to fucking sleep. It's like listening to this monotone, whatever. But anyway, so because of that whole situation,
But do you know how that started? The whole thing was the neighbors put it all together. The neighbors were, the one neighbor said, well, I have video from that night. and it's facing toward, and somebody parked there at my house at like 3 a.m. in front of my house, and then the one neighbor had found the flashlight thing that they tried to say was the dump truck or whatever. So the neighbors started putting stuff together, and how everybody was friendly neighbors except for Chris and Katie. And so Mob
Yeah.
didn't start doing his thing till after that started. So that's how I started thinking about it. Like thinking about, this has a lot of merit to it, because they had interviewed one of the neighbors that said, "Oh, well, see, we have these videos and we put them all together, and nobody had ever knew this until it might have been JLR that interviewed her first." And I used to think JLR was a joke, but I think he's really, I don't know, changed, proved himself as a creator now. But that's just my
Who?
opinion. JLR.
JLR. Yeah, yeah,
Yep.
yeah. JLR, I mean, the guy definitely has a history. He was a con artist, simple as that, right?
Yep.
You know,
Yep.
I liked it when he owned his shit, though. And I don't know if it was because I kept calling him out and I just wanted, it's kind of like, it's really sickening when you're watching these people say, like, you're the best person ever, this person. And you're like, do you have any clue what this person has done? Do you have any inkling what because so it is frustrating, but then after a while it was one of those things. I judge people very harshly, and so kind of like True Crime Web Steve, you know what, if this is the way you act, get the fuck out of my life. Want nothing to do with you. I'm not going to say anything to you. Just get the fuck out of my life. That's the way we cancers roll. Simple as that. And JLR, there's some people I've had in my real life where I know that they're douches, you know, but or that they've made tried to better themselves or whatever, that I have more respect for sure. And so with JLR, to be honest with you, I found him very comical at the start, and
Yes.
it was almost like going to his channel and almost just the faces he'd make. You just sit there and eat food in front of you. Doesn't matter for like, because you're always taught that you don't eat food, and like with your mouth open or when you're talking, and then he's just powing it back. But I did respect it when he did talk about, like, did let people know that he did spend time in the prison, because that shit's going to come out. The larger you get, the more that people are going to try to take you down, just like Mr. Beast, right? They're going to try to take you down. So, anyways, to me, he's found his niche. Yes, he's done a lot of shit and whatever. And yes, it's stuff that I would never approve of, nor would I, it's one of those things. I usually, like, I'm very picky on the friends that I keep, because you have to be like, at least, like, genuine, honest, and whatever. But as long as you don't try to hide your shit in a sense, and then I come to find out you're a liar, then, that would piss me off in real life. So with JLR, it was just kind of like, I was just like, you know what, dude, you go for it. Whatever you're doing is working for you. Hey, you've said your beef to the world about what you've done, your 10 years or whatever it was in prison and stuff like that. Now you found your niche by making money, because I mean that's his goal. Like, he enjoys doing this stuff.
Yeah, he
You know,
does.
like, he enjoys it. But I mean, if anyone truly knew what he's done, like even pretending to be Jewish and standing beside Hillary Clinton, making them look like total idiots. Like, if that dude can get away with that and have the most lawsuits for, what was it?
Guinness Book
World
of
Guinness Book, and then you turn around and sue them. It's so comical. Like it's not my life, it's his life. He's the one
Right.
that's lived it and done it. But it's one of those things that, honestly, that dude has probably lived about 9 lives in our one life with stuff that he's done. It's crazy. But anyways,
You know what he
so
just did? He just did. I don't know if you've heard about this, but it all Trump kind of started it when he talked about it at our presidential debate. But where I live, about 30 minutes away, there's this place called Springfield, Ohio, and they have moved
oh,
a lot of Haitians in from Haiti to come in and work in their factories, because they haven't been able to get people to work since COVID, right? So, but since they got here, there's like all this yada yada, car accidents, the rumor that started it is that they were eating like ducks at the pond, and that kind of like got the big thing, everything kind of rolling. And then Trump talked about it a little bit, so everybody started researching it. Well, he went up there last week and went into the Haitian community. He went into and started just researching, like going in all of it. And like I'm telling you, like I used to see patients home care in Springfield, and it is a little bit of a scary place. Like they have stabbings and stuff like that. So I wouldn't be comfortable doing it. But he was out there like boots on the ground, going into the hardest places and where all the stuff's been going on. And I was like, dang, JR, like, do you know where you're at? Like, this is no joke. But because of that, our state, like our governor had to come, just has been to Springfield 3 times in like the past 2 weeks because of this big eating live ducks at the park thing, and all these car accidents at the Haitians are because they don't know how to drive. So they're causing all these car accidents. And so it's it's a hoot. But I couldn't believe, pets, cats, pet cats, people they and they're killing their cats and eating them. And I mean,
I remember seeing it.
Yes, it's a crazy story. And I really, if I was back into YouTube and I wasn't like had other things going on in my life, I would totally go up there and do it because it's really interesting. But and I need to have a big old man with me, and I would somebody that packed and carried, and then I'd probably do it. But him and his girl were out there just pounding the streets like it's nothing. So
yeah. Seems like, we'll get off that topic, but yeah.
I'm sorry. Boy, that's way off, Sebastian. Yeah. That's my 80.
But yeah, you know, like I can't think of her name. What's her name? His girl.
Oh, Magnolia.
Magnolia, yes, because she was the mod, and you know, like I said, work together. You know, it's kind of like playing out how I'm kind of predicting it, you know, type of thing. Like now it's almost like the JLR and Magnolia show type of thing, you know. But you know, whatever.
They're gonna get married.
Whatever, good, you know, like whatever, good on them both, you know. Like I said, you know, it's kind of one of those things. At the end of the day, it's like regardless of if you're a piece of crap or not, you know, you do you, boo. However you want to live this life, you know, roll through life. You know, each to their own. How they do it doesn't mean I can't comment. Someone can comment on me, tell me what a piece of S I am, and stuff like that. Don't care. Literally do not care. In fact, I find those things laughable, to be honest. As long as we're all secure within ourselves of who we are, you know, and what we represent, you know, and stuff like that. That's all I care about with myself. Like my morals, not anybody else's morals, my own morals of, you know, how I lead my life and stuff like that and whatever. So, like I said, YOLO, good on people. You do you. Like I said, if money's your gig and that's what makes you, you know, get up and go on YouTube every day and that's your thing, so be it. Hey, it's your life. It's not my life type of thing. But doesn't mean I can't.
Money. I'm gonna ask JLR how I can get me some money. That if I go to Springfield, JLR, can I get some money? Like how? What is it going to take? Actually, I would love to be able to just go off and go to these cases. I think that would be amazing. But like some of us have to work because we need health insurance and we need everything else for our car payment. You know.
Oh my God! Let me just say that November 15th, after 6 freaking years, is our last freaking car payment.
Yes.
Finally.
Now it's time for me.
Well, I was gonna say it's $439 every 2 weeks. That's pretty much $1,000 a month. I have 4 payments left. And then finally, we have a Ford Explorer Sport. I was stupid when I I had a Ford Edge, and then, anyways, let me just put it this way: this is where I have no knowledge about certain shit, and I was just like, yeah. Next thing you know, we had a $73,000 loan, or you know, with Ford Credit because of the trade-in, and I'm like, and then of course it was like, do you want this package? Yeah, that sounds good, no problem. At the time, though, we were like raking in money. But you know, then life changes on you, and then you're like, oh shit, still got to pay $1,000 for the vehicle though. But anyways,
God, and that's crazy. I bet you're paying more for that than your rent because you're in a 1-bedroom, right?
Yeah, no, rent's $1,550. Yeah, no. Rent's ridiculous out here, right? But anyway, don't want to get sidetracked. Let's go back
Okay,
to Sebastian.
back to
But yeah. But anyways, yeah. Thanks, Angel. Yeah, I hate being. Ugh, but okay. Wait, one last comment. The joy of knowing 4 payments, finally, and having an extra $1,000 a month.
Oh my
Back.
gosh, yes.
Yeah. I only have one final thing left, but that's another year away. That's the consolidation loan from the COVID days. I have one more year, a little over a year left on that. That's like 575 a month for that one. So one more year of that. Then no money goes to nobody. Nobody's getting no more from that.
No more money.
No more paying any shit. But anyway,
Right.
yeah, because that one was like 35,000, I think it was for that, the consolidation um, type of thing. So it wasn't a bankruptcy; it was a consolidation. But
Yeah.
so it was like 5,000. So yeah, another just a little over a year for that one still, and then just finally the checks will be checks, right? Properly, but who knows where life will take
Good girl.
Yeah, but anyways, okay. So back to
So back to
the
Sebastian.
Proudfoots. Okay, so about the case, about how Christopher Proudfoot, Katie Proudfoot, about their actions, how they've been acting. Just from a mother point of view, Stepha. Um,
No
just
reaction at all,
summarize what you
except
feel about
for,
Proudfoots. Yeah.
okay, let me summarize. First thing I ever noticed was the very first, I watched that detective guy, Deception Detective, I love him. And I started learning a lot of the signs to look for. And one of the things is rocking and rubbing yourself. That's self-soothing. And I noticed that in the first interview I saw. I don't think it was the very first one with what's her name in it though, with Duchess. So I started noticing that, and I'm like, that's really weird. But there was no emotion. So then when I saw Nancy Grace, I'm going, they both are like this, and there was no emotion. And I'm thinking, if my kid was missing, I'd be begging the world, please find my son, help me find my son. You know what I mean? Like, where's that passion for finding your baby? I can't imagine if my daughter was missing, even though she makes me crazy right now. I love her more than I love myself. You know what I mean? And love anything in life.
Absolutely.
There's
Yeah.
no other love like that as your child, and there's nothing. There's not a please help me find my son. What are we gonna do? We gotta, what are we gonna do? We have to have a plan. Like kind of what exactly what Seth said. I gotta be doing something or
Mhm.
nothing's gonna happen. And then you got Seth doing something totally different. He's taking care of business on his end. Like I got, setting up searches. Now I know that things are different now, but we don't know what's going on behind the scenes with Seth. So I think we got to be careful by saying, oh, he hasn't done a search since March. But you don't know what he's doing behind the scenes.
That which is true enough, right? Exactly. Like but at the end of the day, I'm so glad that there are people, because he's not physically fit, to some of those places to search and stuff, but yet he's been grounding. So it was so nice though that people were helping and stuff, like assisting, and still are, and with that. And that still comes the bottom line of that, is that it's about Sebastian first and foremost, and Seth has shown every which way but loose on what a parent would do. He does exactly what I would be doing, for my child. So going back to that part, the Proudfoots and that. Go ahead, Seth. My
But
bad.
do you know what I'm saying about there's not an emotion, there's not help me
Yeah.
find my
Oh, yeah.
baby. It's like,
Absolutely. There's something very off with Katie, to me. But both of them, like Chris, like I said, he's just, narcissistic, full of himself, whatever. Um, and but it's Katie who, like for Katie being the mother,
yep,
right? So like I can understand like Chris not having those same emotions like the actual parent would, in a sense. I can
right.
understand that, especially if they're not so not such a decent person themselves, right? It's like I remember in this one thing he said something like, well, I mean, life still has to go on and blah blah blah. Yeah, Of course it does for you because it's not your
Not
kid.
for me. Not if my
But
kid was missing.
but
That would be end.
but
That,
as for Katie, I thought she was like when I saw her in the WK whatever SN video or whatever, or doing that interview where, like you said, she was rocking back and forth and stuff like that. I was just trying to look for the genuineness, and I did see genuineness there, like from the at the beginning. But with that feeling that there was something just not still sitting right, like like just in my head when I'm going, but there's something that's missing here. Like there's something not right about how she's doing this, like how what they're doing, the way that they're doing everything. Like it just doesn't sit right as a mother. These actions coming from a mother, the lack of actions, and in a sense, emotions. Um, it just goes against every grain that I feel like in multiple different ways throughout this whole time of things that they've done. And from start to finish, it's just absurd to me that, you got Seth on the ground getting people to help. You got Christopher Proudfoot making a big deal about the GoFundMe shit. This whole breakdown. And they're like, well, yeah, we're just sitting at home doing little posters and we're doing stuff like that because, we're listening to what the LE says, like, and then they go on the trip. Remember? Like they take the
oh
RV,
yeah,
go
they
on the
did.
trip, you
I think they
know.
went and bought a motorcycle or something. Oh, I was going to ask you about this part. This is
What?
something I didn't know until like maybe a couple months ago. The medication. Hell, he got they. I guess he got this medication his father didn't even know about. So that makes you think, oh God, did she overdose him? Um,
Right. Which, um, well, I'm very curious with that whole thing, Stepha. I'm very curious about the weeks leading up to Sebastian. We know that Christopher Proudfoot and Katie Proudfoot's marriage was rocky, and that Christopher Proudfoot seemed to want, didn't want it anymore, and so I'm very curious, like with this whole Sebastian going to live with his dad, this medication, that because those thoughts cross your mind, right? Like, like, did she want her son out of the picture? Did she, like, is that a scenario that, that she would rather, that she's tired of Sebastian being a pain in her ass and, in a sense, and he's a lot of work and this and that, I don't know. Okay. So, anyways, the medication, go on about that.
so he started a medication to help him sleep, which I think he'd been on before. I mean, but not this particular medication that Seth didn't know about. And so then it made me think, okay, so if um if there's a new medication that dad doesn't know about, was did he overdose? She gave him too much that night and he overdosed on accident, and so they had to cover it up because that happens. Or did she purposely give him too much so he would pass away, um, and peacefully? I don't. I'm just trying to.
You
God,
know,
I don't know. I'm just the medication really stuck to me that Seth didn't even know about it, and it didn't come out till later on in the story as time went on.
but that's the thing though, right? Is that because when you say that, right, which is people have thought about, it still goes back to that the vehicle's been like being searched and stuff like that. Like that's what the cadaver dogs do, look for like death and whatever. Like so it always wraps around back to the fact that if there's cameras that can see and there's the lights that are on the garage side, her vehicle didn't leave until the morning at 6 a.m. there for apparently, supposedly about 15 minutes. If if I if I probably had my thoughts now a little bit, the most logical thing to me, I think now, I don't think Sebastian went off into no woods at all.
No.
No, I, but I do think that should a vehicle have been off to the side there where the dogs kind of went to where the camera house is, because that's what you're saying, right? Like that's where the vehicle was it?
Yeah, it's across the street is where the
Right,
neighbor
right.
noted it.
Okay. So and because there's like the flashlight video, I don't so we talked about like with Seth about the again this flashlight video that they said that it was the trucks. He said that they showed it to him in the daytime, and it's in this video, like I said, that we got in front of us, daytime and nighttime, and that it wasn't even on the same road. You know, it's kind of one of those things that I've left alone. But if I was to think what seems to be the most likely, because the Proudfoots, like there's nothing to attach them to Sebastian gone missing. There's nothing, like there's no vehicle leaving their home. Do you know what I mean? So if he say died in the home, you know, I'm pretty sure the car would have been gone longer than 15 minutes and all that stuff. Like meaning, that LE would have done their diligence in this whole that.
Smelling the
Yeah.
death in the car. Yeah.
So
But this happened at 3 a.m. where they would have gone out the back.
it could make sense to me that someone could come from a vehicle near that home with the camera, that someone came to get Sebastian Rogers. And Sebastian had, say, his little flashlight because it's dark.
Yep. And remember, she kept talking about his little flashlight in the very beginning.
Yeah.
He loved his flashlight and it's missing. I remember that. She kept saying that.
It won't shock me if there's this third party in this case. Now, whether or not Proudfoots had anything to do with that, or if Sebastian did talk with somebody else, meet with somebody, like meaning whether it was online, whether it was a teacher, whether it was somebody that, because I can see a child sneaking out their window or out the door, whatever. But why would you set the alarm on when you're sneaking out? Why? Just why? Doesn't make sense. But at least that scenario, a lot of teenagers, would do something like that, like sneak out, head on off out with somebody else, and So it won't shock me if a vehicle and the two flashlights are accurate in this case, and that Sebastian did leave with somebody. I don't believe he's in the woods. At first I did, thinking, well, what if they just missed him? I honestly don't feel that so much anymore, because there's been so many people searching for Sebastian Rogers in that entire area. And trust me, so if he was going to commit suicide, trust me, he would be found right within that area. I don't believe he did. I don't believe Sebastian left on his own accord, because he would have taken his shoes, he would have taken snackies, he would have snuck out of the house, whatever. But then again, there's no scenario in all of this that makes sense to why Sebastian wouldn't take anything. The thud that was heard at 10 o'clock. The thud. Again, I'm sure most people would raise their hand if I asked them, if you heard the sound of somebody like they were falling out of bed, which is the question that she asked, most people would raise their hand that they would have went and checked.
Yeah.
Now, she was on the phone with Christopher Proudfoot at that time. What was funny about that was that Christopher Proudfoot never brought that up until the web sleuths when he joined. Remember when that nasty crap was going on the web sleuths there, when he came up as well. And that's the first time that he ever mentioned that he was on the phone with Katie. For someone that has a big mouth like Christopher Proudfoot, it's all these little things that get thrown in there way after the fact. Like, why wouldn't he just said, well, look, I was on the phone with Katie, type of thing, and da-da-da-da-da. Like, for that part of it. But it never got brought up till when he was on the web sleuth. And I was waiting for him to ever speak of that, going, why has he never mentioned? And a lot of people forgot that fact, that looking at the time that they were talking, that was the same time frame in which Katie would have been talking to him. So either her ass was too lazy because she was talking with Christopher and was like, heard the noise and was like, Sebastian, did you fall out of your bed? No, ma'am. Okay, I don't care what you're doing in there, whatever you are, go to sleep or whatever, you know. But like I said, and didn't get up. Now, is that likely that a parent can do that? Sure, right? You know what? I'm on the phone. Hey, are you okay? No, I'm fine. You know, okay, we'll get to bed then. So I can see that playing out, but it's kind of one of those things like when certain details get brought into it, like the thud, like that thud didn't come out right away. It
Right.
was like later
Things
again.
changed. The story changed as time went on. Like, added stuff. She added stuff. As in the thud. Like, that was not gone on in the first couple of interviews. She never mentioned that.
No, she didn't. Yeah. But it's just like I said, and it's like fun fact. Like I said, so there's all these things that make you definitely look inwards towards the Proudfoots because visually, perceptionally, whatever, they've done everything opposite. So nobody is wrong in thinking. And whether Ali says we found nothing, great. Okay, you haven't. But does that take away from the weirdness of them, the oddness of what they've done, the little tidbits that they put in? Like I said, why did Sebastian have this fun filled day all of a sudden on the day before he goes missing? So either Sebastian was unhappy and he didn't want to go to his dad's, or stay with his mom and Christopher Proudfoot, right? And he left with somebody. That is, like if those flashlights um and a vehicle do account, you know but yet it leads to nowhere because there's nothing to show that Sebastian, because it was dark and it's hard to see. But I mean, if you can see the vehicle, you would be able to see Sebastian and a person. So
You
with
see
that,
the lights come on. That's what you see. You don't see like the person. Well, you just see that because it's so dark, and they didn't have that.
yeah, but if you're parked off the road and there's no light still, when you open up the car door, the light instantly comes on.
I need to look at the video again, and I'm gonna
Yeah.
send it to you. I'm gonna send that to you.
Yeah, send it to me for sure. Thank you on that. But the thing is, yeah, like when you open up a car, right, the light comes on uh,
Right.
when you get in. So on that camera on the corner, like you would have seen a person, like you would have seen movement of that. So I'll have to look at that video again. It's been a while since I've looked at it on there, But that's what I'm saying. Like this case, it is such a mind fuck, um,
It is a
because
mind fuck. It's
it's
like
truly. Go ahead.
it's like one of those brain teasers. Like, what do you remember? I
Yes,
remember as a kid they had like
yeah,
they
but
said,
it's
okay,
real life. Yeah,
yeah, it's real life. Like, I don't understand. He couldn't have gone anywhere. Um, I mean, just out of nowhere. He doesn't float out. He, but this is the thing. Chris's behavior is so predatory. By the when he goes into these chats, that is exactly what a predator acts like, and that's what he's doing, which then puts more suspicion on Chris Proudfoot. And now that we know that he had more time than we originally thought, to get back to his workplace after working all night, and or he could have stayed up all night, and then finding out that he wasn't focused, which if he had stayed up all night, he wouldn't be focused doing crane work, and that's why they asked him to leave. It just makes a lot of um, I don't know, that his behavior to
well,
me
absolutely.
is
I
is
mean,
a real problem. But I think the FBI has to have information. Just like watching Coffin Daffer, and she said
yeah,
it is so hard to get a reward with the FBI. You have to
well,
go so high up, and
right. That's
you have to
that's
have
exactly what she said.
something, Right,
Yeah,
exactly. So that to me was like, wow, I never realized that that's what it took. And we are pretty lucky in the YouTube world that we have people that are
Yeah.
professionals like that. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah. Absolutely. Now, Ginger says the neighbors actually saw the car and the people. There is a eyewitness. Where does that come from? Like,
Where can we find that? The only neighbor one I saw was the original. I think it was with JLR, and she said all the neighbors had come together with their pieces of information.
right. I remember
But
that.
yeah. But Ginger, where do we find um, the eyewitness?
Well, what channel actually said that?
Yeah, like what did the channel interview that person, or because that would be a very interesting to I mean
Yeah.
to see.
Only because a lot of channels say a lot of shit. Doesn't make it fact, doesn't make it true. And then it's deciphering between the shit. Like, I don't even, honestly, for the most part, unless you're a true, genuine creator searching for Sebastian, and I can tell that you're a respectable creator in a sense, you know, um, I take this type of information with a grain of salt unless I know where it came from and who it came from on
Bobby
there.
was on Terry Lynn's channel. Okay, Terry Lynn goes out and searches for him. I've never watched her channel. I just know that she goes out and searches for him, does searches
Yeah,
on her own.
yeah. I remember that one where she's telling Christopher Proudfoot off. He was just totally like flirting with her like a douche.
Oh,
Anyway,
that's her. Is the one where he was
yeah,
flirting with her and Kate. I was like,
yeah,
where's Katie? Like, I would be
yeah,
pissed.
yeah. Honestly, um, regardless of no involvement or involvement at all in Sebastian, uh, Christopher Proudfoot he's just a douche. You're just a douche. Okay. And you're probably proud of that fact, actually. Like, I hate it when somebody acts like they're a victim of something, like of trolls and stuff, but yet he created a lot of that himself. And it's why? Because you're disingenuous, you're not trustworthy, you're arrogant, you come off like a know it all, you're abrasive, you're abrupt, and you're just a jerk. Like, simple as that, regardless if there's no involvement with Sebastian. That's the interpretation of, like I said, somebody that, he didn't abuse any female and all that stuff. And yet, these people are speaking out and stuff, and
Oh, his ex-wife's interview,
like
that
Nina.
woman,
Yeah.
that was so deep. I mean, you could feel her pain. For anybody that says that was fake, um, I'm sorry, that was genuine pain watching his ex-wife.
Absolutely. Yeah, I know. And then that's how I felt about that interview as well. Like, I know that there's two sides to every story for sure, but at the end of the day, it's kind of like, I feel like if I was to tell my story, like say with my ex-husband and how things went down, type of thing, it's like I tell it from the most truthful place that as I know it, remember it, and stuff like that. And when Nina was speaking, I absolutely um, could feel her pain. It felt like it was genuine, um, you know, uh, from that interview. And that's all I look for with information, with Sebastian's case and stuff like that. Because again, there's only so many possibilities. You know, Sebastian, like I said, didn't get taken by a UFO. We can knock off that one. You know, it's a I don't believe that he left. I don't believe that he left by himself. If he left, but then because of the fact of no footage, no nothing to show that Proudfoots had anything to do with it, even with all the highly sus shit that they've done, you know, either they just blatantly are fucked up parents and step parents, and that's how they act. Please, I would never want Katie for a mother, type of thing, and or well, let alone Christopher for a stepdad. He obviously taken the snakes away. Talking about, oh yeah, I made sure that like his pants were on when I spanked him or whatever. Like obviously their marriage was breaking down. because of Sebastian, is what it seems like. I believe that was said actually by.
Yeah.
But anyway, so it's kind of one of those things. Like I said, all the things that have led up to that day, like meaning camera footage wise, or to be the inside fly on the wall of what was truly going on in that household with regards to Sebastian, because people portray what they want to portray. They're not going to portray their ugly side of everything and stuff like that. But Christopher Proudfoot, he doesn't know how to zip his lips, you know.
He doesn't
He just
have control. That's what makes me think he lost his control with Sebastian. I mean, enough that Children's Services came to the house more than once. And how in the world Children's Services, how they did not contact Seth, because in most cases with Children's Services, even
yeah.
if you haven't, he's 15 years old and you say, I don't know who the dad is, they go through like a registry of DNA, all this kind of stuff, trying to find out who the real father is to contact them in a CPS case. So
Mhm.
knowing that he was on the birth certificate, and all of that, I cannot believe he was not contacted. That makes no sense to me at all.
Yeah.
Never heard of that in the CPS case.
I
And
just, yeah.
a lot of them.
Yeah, I was gonna say something. Going back to say Jennifer Coffindaffer and dog there. Um, dog. Well, hold on, 1 second here. Let me just show that piece for a second. Whoops. Hi, up close and personal. It's because I didn't do this. Let me just go to that part for a second. Let me just play this part.
Experience. When
Yeah.
these things happen, when somebody loses a mother, this is what I always compare to. Look at the Petito and the Schmidt.
Yeah.
Look
Yeah.
at their response, how they happen. Now, again, they're not everybody. Everybody does react differently. But look at the juxtaposition
Right?
between the Proudfoots and them. I'm just saying it's pretty stark, is all I'm saying. Dog, I've got another question for you.
And she's
Yes.
FBI. So
As you may know, there was a young man named Connor Jack Oswald. Now, he went missing 16, 17 years old, and
Yes.
2.5 years later,
let's skip
he
that.
was found. He was home.
I'm just gonna skip that.
I think the possibility is about 1%. Why wouldn't they let the dogs take the scent right from there on? Why did they run the dog? The dogs, as you know, they can smell so many thousand times better than a human, especially when the kid's barefooted or a sock on, not a tennis shoe. Why? The guy's got military training. Well, I'm checking to see how he got out of the military, what that is all about right now, too. How did they stop the dogs from tracking him? Why did they not want to do that? All of these things. I mean, again, I hope to God they didn't do this. They weren't instrumental in him leaving. But, autistic like that, he wasn't really bad, but
Steph, I want to say something about this particular part right here. Is that dogs talking about how they got this video and then he can't really talk about it. They got videos and stuff like that, and she had kind of blatantly asked him do you know who you believe or whatever? And she said, do you know, I think she says it here, do you believe that 2 or more people was involved? And he says yes, and he also believes that he's not alive. But what gets me here is that dog's saying I can't talk about this, we got videos and stuff like this, almost like alluding to who he thinks, but yet as he's talking about Christopher Proudfoot here, obviously he finds him very sus, don't you think?
Yes, and I don't know. In the beginning, he said of this video, he said he suspected Seth was the one that was his
That was ridiculous.
concern. Yeah, he was like, I thought the father was the one until I got into this, and now, and he won't say Katie and Seth, or Katie and
Yeah.
Chris, but you know exactly who he's talking about.
Well, exactly. Now, and that's what that to me was like when he said that. I laughed a little bit because, again, everyone was in Seth's corners. Then the tides turned. Then all these people were shitting on Seth and a lot. And all of a sudden, next thing you know, people are trying to accuse that Seth. And I'm thinking to myself, like, so for him, he had only come into the case, and I'm like, he's kind of at the halfway point there, really, when he started, because for people, because like I said, it's like watching a wave of people go, Seth, yeah, looking for a son. Then all of a sudden it's kind of like, boo Christopher Proudfoot, boo boo. Then all of a sudden it's like, yay Christopher Proudfoot, boo Seth had something to do with it. So when he said that at the start, and then he said exactly what I say, or what you'd say, is that you can tell genuine emotion, and what he said about Seth there. But anyway, let me just play this out again.
14, 15 years old. I don't know. I'd have to, we'd have to ask the real father if he thought that he could make it without any kind of supervision or anybody being around, or, stuff like that. I don't know about
That's
that,
what
but
it is.
it's, man, there's a lot of questions that are up in the air about this. In the very beginning, it was like, the real father did it, and all those videos of him in the jail were some kind of transferred over. You can't do that to a jail. You know that. Now Nick and I completely changed our mind after working on it 3 weeks.
Yeah, it's really troubling, because I know early on, I always want to take the position of, first of all possibilities are possible. We have to look at each of the different, situations and what everybody said. But I've become very, very troubled when you add up all the clues. I'm still not dismissing that it's a possibility. You gave it 1%,
Yes.
that he did walk away. But this is my issue with that, dog. I really believe in this situation that somebody would still be complicit in keeping him hidden or doing something horrible to him, because the fact that he, not hide nor hair of him, has been seen. In the case I just told you about last week where they found him, he was
Right.
actually seen wandering. You could see him in the streets.
Right.
We don't have any of that. So you're telling me
Nothing.
not one ring camera, this is a suburban area, not any place around, not one camera has seen him? I have trouble with that.
We found some ring camera stuff coming next. Stay
Good.
tuned. Oh yeah. So we found some ring camera stuff. Okay, certain times when they were supposed to be there, they're not. Certain places they're supposed to be. Alibis, like you said, everybody will lie for everybody, but the camera does not lie. Photos, they used to say 1,000 words, and now they can change them. But the cameras, if they change them, the footage and the whatever they're called now, the little cards, they can find out if that's changed. And there are some ring cameras and some other camera stuff that we're just now getting into. So before we get it and drop it, then somebody better, because there's no way a plea bargain can be made or something can happen. That after the little boy is found, or we find out what happened. Right then, it's over. They're going to the penitentiary, whether it's federal, which now is worse than the states.
I was gonna say on there. I mean, Jennifer Coffindaffer, I really like. I find her well-rounded in her talking. She obviously is, retired FBI, but I always feel like she's not like off the charts with her thinking and her thoughts. And in this case, like most people here, it makes your head spin. Because all these things go through your head. Yes, like after 7 months, if somebody has Sebastian, would somebody be complicit, like she says, that that they would still be housing Sebastian, and yet by the same token saying, like, I just can't see that, like we've said too, right, that no cameras, no nothing, there's nothing to go on to show. So I mean, we'll have to see what Dog and that have found out, if anything. I hope something. Like, the bottom line is, right, is that whether Sebastian's alive or dead, it's about having closure, having an answer to what happened to Sebastian. So I do hope, just like I said, with Dog being on the case, that there's people that, that like, oh, Dog, I'll give him my information type of thing, right?
Yeah, and I think that's a great possibility because he
Yeah.
is pretty well liked in the country.
Yeah, I was
Or
gonna
else,
say, Dog is well known for sure, and so, and you know how people are, like, it's like some people want to hide in the background and other people will come out, but I think at the end of the day, I don't think that there's any um like anything wrong with say Dog joining on in the case and trying to help out. It brings more attention, obviously he's a bounty hunter and stuff like that, but um I just think it's a good thing that that people will probably reach out to him, try to give him information. I just would like to see answers for this case because honestly, I think about it all the time, just like Suzanne Morphew's case. And, well, Suzanne Morphew's case, okay, come on now, it's Barry Morphew. He just needs to be charged someday. Um, with Abby and Libby, with Sebastian here. I think about it all the time. Just the scenarios, just running through my head, going, "Hey, what is the best possibility with the information that we have?" And unfortunately, yes, we can say that Christopher Proudfoot and Katie Proudfoot's actions are strange, weird, odd, everything that goes against everything. But yet, there's nothing that we can say that can tie them to Sebastian's disappearance. I don't even equate Seth Rogers in this, to be honest, because he's not an alibi. He's genuine. Um, there was never any doubt about Seth Rogers to me at all. Just people wanting me to cause drama, make up shit and stuff like that. That's how I felt about that. Um, so it just becomes okay. If the child doesn't take this, they don't take that. They're autistic. They like water, yes. But what are the chances that nobody's seen? It's just so mind blowing because there is answers. Hey, husband. Oh, 1 second, Stepha. Stepha,
oh,
take over.
oh yeah. I don't even know where she was talking about. But because I was reading the chat, I apologize. But anyway, so back to Dog.
Sorry, I was just talking about the different scenarios, and it's just trying to make sense of them.
Because every time you go to a scenario, there's a roadblock. Because, like, well, this could be this, but I'm not sure. Like thinking about him walking out. Okay, physically he could walk out the door, but how long is he going to be able to last in the cold with no shoes? Nothing. Just rolling out. No, it's not possible. Okay, if he died in the house, wouldn't they have a scent in the car? Well, maybe he went out the back and they would have something. The dogs would have hit on something. But then we just listened to something saying that they wouldn't let the dogs in at first. I don't know. Someone told me peanut butter can, I think it was peanut butter I was watching, can defer the dogs where they don't get the scent, which if anybody can verify that in the chat where they've heard that, I don't know why. I think I just read it recently or watched it recently watching a dog handler. However, we've all been that dog handler, Sarah, where we thought she was legit and she wasn't. So okay, let me ask y'all in the question in the chat. Would you, if you knew something to a crime that was like somebody though that you were terrified of getting hurt yourself, of them taking your life, if you knew about something like Sebastian and you were terrified that they were going to hurt you, would you go to Dog instead of would you be more comfortable going to Dog or to your local law enforcement or FBI? I'm curious. Or not tell at all. I mean, it's easy for us to say that because we're not in that situation.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm curious.
I definitely go to the LE before I
Ellie,
went to.
me too, because I want the FBI to like hide me, like put me somewhere where nobody they can't find me. But I don't know. But I didn't like Coffindoffer because she kept saying that Ron Logan was the girl's killer. And so I like just got mad at her about everything. But then this case came and I'm like, she really does have a heart. Because I just thought she doesn't listen. She's, or whatever, because of Delphi. But this case, I'm like, no, she knows what she's talking about. I was just aggravated with her over Delphi.
I was too, because it's like I was paying attention to her, and then all of a sudden she pissed me off with the Delphi and Ron Logan thing.
I
like,
know.
I'm like, come on, like seriously, you're FBI. Like, how do you not know that that's not him? But anyways, it wasn't. I gave forgiveness not too long after that, because when I listened to her, and I disagree with the comment about that she's been out of the loop for years and stuff like that, and that she doesn't know what's going on in the FBI. I totally disagree with that. She's very much only been, I think, a couple years out of the FBI, but she's very much involved in so many cases with people on all the news channels. She knows her shit. She's very well rounded in thinking. She's not, like I said, off the wall. I think she speaks what I would deem as someone that's very logical, and without being, like some people, like I said, they speak and it's kind of like, you're like, are you a dimwit type of thing? But when she speaks, I just find it's the same type of things that go through my head. It's the same with things that she says. Like the thoughts about cases and stuff like that. So that's probably why I relate to her, is because of the same things that I'm thinking. She'll say it about the case herself. And I'm just like, yeah, we're on the same page type of thing. Except for Ron.
I know, Ron Logan. Plus, I don't know, even when you retire from law enforcement, I have never met a law enforcement officer. And I have a lot of them because my friends married them, or their parents were in them. My uncle was a chief of police. He's dead now, but I've never met one that when they retire, they get out of law enforcement. They are still getting with their buddies once a week and probably getting a beer. They are always stay in the game. They still know what's going on. They're never just truly retired. So they keep up on all of the stuff. Plus Coffindoffer, she's got her hand in all kinds of cookie jars as far as in business. She's got her own like businesses on the side. She was saying, I think it was in this episode actually. And I was like, I didn't know she did all of that. Like, it was pretty surprising. Just because she retired from the FBI, she's not out of law enforcement.
No, exactly. So it's just one of those things. Is that we'll agree to disagree with the MTRE on that.
Yeah. Well, we're good with on this one, but don't you dare talk about Ron Logan again, okay, ma'am? Ma'am, no Ron Logan.
Okay, let me play just a little bit more here.
Or the state. And whether it's a woman or a man, you go to the prison, federal or state, for harming a baby with autism, a little boy, you got a problem. Who is it right now? Puff Daddy, P. Diddy, whatever his name is put in a federal prison, isn't he?
Yep.
Under protection and all that. And remember Whitey Bulger?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I saw Whitey Bulger in San Diego, and my friend said, no, it couldn't be. I said, yeah, it's him, bro, on the walk. And they put Whitey Bulger in the most protected prison in America. And what was it? 2 days later, they plucked his eyeballs out. And the guy did it. He's doing life. Why does he care if he gets seen? Goes in. So they're even in prison, they can't protect a baby, a baby snatcher or someone like that.
A murderer of an autistic young person.
Oh,
you're right. A case like this, whoever's responsible, if again, Sebastian Rogers was murdered or
Yes.
otherwise died, and then that crime was covered up, no matter what, those people are going to have a big problem in the penitentiary. Dog, let me ask you this.
Yes.
What are you going to do in the future? What are your next steps? I love hearing about this camera footage that you're honing in on. Anything else interesting that you guys are looking at?
Well, I hate to be like the stepdad, no comment, because that's like the Fifth Amendment back in the day. You're guilty as heck. But there's things I don't want to say because they could wipe it out. They could catch it. They could threaten the one person, two people that are talking to us. Because if I say that, then they'll threaten them, cut them off of all the money they're giving them. There's money in that family, sister. So I just don't want to say.
What do you think about that? Right? The Proudfoots have a lot of money. What do you think about that? Like, they've never added to the reward fund or offered, because why? Because it's Christopher Proudfoot's side and he doesn't give two shits about Sebastian or whatever. By the way, you're muted in case you are talking. Stepha, did you disappear on me?
No, I'm here. I got two different tabs open of StreamYard. One is of Google. One is pink and one is normal, and they keep going in and out. So if I mute, I have to go find it. So I'm sorry. Okay.
Well, what do you think about it? Yeah.
So he's exactly right. The Proudfoots have quite a bit of money, and I think mommy and stepdaddy bought that house for them, for Chris and Katie. I don't think Chris bought that house. I think his parents own it. Mm-hmm. But Chris and his mother would call, I can't even say the word because I'm so against it, the R word about Sebastian.
Yeah.
So if they don't give a crap about little Sebastian. So why would they give a reward? Plus,
they obviously gave a crap because they went to Alaska like the day after or whatever it was.
Exactly.
Right?
That's not suspicious at all.
Good grandparents. Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. These people are not playing. I'm sorry, they're not playing full deck. In my opinion, this is not Sunny's opinion, so don't take this out on her channel. You can just take it out on mine if you want. I don't care. I don't go on there anyway, so
it's like it's one of those things, right? Like if I had the money, damn straight a reward money's going up for my, because again, there's people that hide in the dark, but when money's involved, they come out of the dark, because of the lure of the money, that the reward, if they have any potential, thing. So, obviously if I had money, damn straight I'd be sitting there offering a reward, knowing full well that with reward though comes a lot of false tips as well, like people that just make up shit because there's reward money. But at the end of the day, still, right, they have just really and sorry, but like Katie said it well there, or not Katie, Jennifer, like we keep saying, there's a stark difference between how the Proudfoots are acting. So I don't know if it's just because they're like honestly, like what the reason for that all is, if it has anything to do with Sebastian's disappearance, or if they are just that thick that this is truly telling of how they react when Katie's child truly is missing. Like it's kind of like, it reminds me of a cat that I had that once I have an animal, I can't give it up. But this little cat that I had back in the day, his name was Bear. And it was always pissing on everything. And it was just a little baby cat. Well, little Bear went out the window because like we lived in a townhouse, attached to a bunch of other townhouses and stuff. But and then behind our townhouse was like kind of like the hockey or tennis yard, grass, and then that play area for kids, whatever. But anyways, that particular night, the cat goes out, and this cat was this little baby cat was a little bit a nervousy cat. But anyways, so when my husband at the time was going to the store or something like that, I was like, Bear, and Bear didn't come. Now Bear would normally come instantly as soon as I opened up that door, and so Bear didn't come. And in my head, not gonna lie, at first I'm like, okay, that's not right, right? You just knew it. I knew it wasn't right away, and so I'm like, waiting and calling and whatever. But there was that piece of me going, um, ooh, maybe something did happen to the cat. But I was it was like there was a piece of me that was kind of glad that this cat just kind of disappeared. And I don't know what happened to it. I don't know if a raccoon got it, because raccoons come up into the place. I don't know what happened to this cat. But it was kind of one of those things that secretly I was going, oh, now I don't have to deal with this fucking peeing cat all the time, in a sense. But yet my heart was broken because I love animals, but yet I could never give up an animal. So it was almost like something in my path came along that took away this animal. That's kind of how I feel like how the Proudfoots feel about Sebastian. Like, like, oh, gee, something happened to Sebastian. Ooh, how do I react? I mean, because we're married. I mean, like that's how it feels like to me. That's how it feels like when I think about Katie's and Christopher's responses. Like, like especially when they do like these like this interview and Christopher was saying like, well, life does go on. Like
right, like
Sebastian.
let it happen. It's time to go on. Roll out. Let's bring my daughter home. Faith is coming back for the summer. It's like, what the hell?
I just remember that there's that ridiculous interview. It was most absurd, just them laughing away, and I don't know. It's like, it's really appropriate. Like it's one thing kind of like, when you're talking about, and but it's almost like you're reminiscing like he's dead, in a sense, like you're talking about things as if he's dead. And it was just, I don't know. I just was really pissed off on that one, let alone the Christopher Proudfoot one where he's, remember that recorded one where he's calling this female bitches and whatever and this and that and just swearing his ass off and like the way he speaks about women. Christopher
he's
Proudfoot,
horrible.
he does not respect females whatsoever. I don't know. Like he might respect his mom, perhaps, but he doesn't respect females. But so I get kind of torn, like, like I don't think that I think that Katie is a bigger bitch than what she was portraying. Is that the easiest way to say it? I think that. Go ahead.
No, I don't want to. I was just going to say I saw her aunt, her on her dad's side on a channel, and she's had a pretty rough life. But I know that when she got in her dad's side of the family's care, that's kind of what they said. She was kind of the princess.
Katie.
Yeah, but that was after, I guess she'd gone through something pretty traumatic, and up until she got to her dad's care at like age 9 or 10.
Thanks, Auntie. Sorry, Auntie was just saying she was going.
Oh, no, you're good. I just was sharing that little piece when you said that she's a real bitch, and I think that you might be right about that.
Well, I want to say that, like, what I'm trying to, I think, say about that is that, so in the thing, Katie almost comes off like she's meek, and it's like someone that always is standing behind Christopher. Like when I say that, I mean literally standing behind while he does the talking, and she's just like, I'm just so sad, I just can't talk, and nah. But there's something about her, like I just feel like that's not the true self of Katie. That I think that Katie is a lot more outspoken. I think that she can really be a bitch when she wants to be, and that she probably has, like, I think there's the drinking issues and stuff going on that I think Seth was talking about there, like, about her drinking issue that she had. But I just don't feel like she, I don't feel genuineness in who she is as we saw her in interviews versus the truer Katie. Whereas Christopher Proudfoot, he just oozed an asshole right away, like you just smelt asshole. It's like there's aroma. He must spray on asshole for his fragrance or something when he wakes up in the morning. I'm the best asshole in the world. I'm a jerk, type of thing. I respect myself and I look in the mirror, and all I see is just a dude, like a douche, a loser. And then
The only time he tried to hide it was on Nancy Grace, and he still had a hard time holding it back.
I know on Nancy Grace, it's really hard when you're like it's like Katie's talking, and well, then remember when Nancy's like, I'm asking Katie.
Yes, I love that. I love when that part.
But it's almost like on Nancy Grace, it was like, I'm just going to be that good little schoolboy, do type of thing, and I don't know. It's just, yeah, it was a different portrayal. I think that there's a difference when he goes on YouTube channels and then he's just more like the jerk off self, and then goes on Nancy Grace and he has to be like as if he's going to the Sunday church, type of thing, and portraying a different image. And that's where he came out and she's like, and you took the test, right, Christopher? And then he's like, no. That's when he literally had to basically put his tail between his legs because he knew, like, at the end of the day, right? It's kind of one of those things you might be able to lie to some people some of the times, but it's one of those things that certain things, once you tell a lie, and then he had to backtrack on it, and you get like I just that feeling at the time that he was like, no, yeah, I haven't taken it. It's like, oh, contrary to what you told everybody. And then he tried to play it off like, well, I didn't say who took the polygraph. No, it clearly said both of you took the polygraph. And he said, yes, and then he tried to play like, again, he takes people for idiots, and like I said, he's just a very unlikable person regardless, but I don't even like, honestly, I always get so confused when I think of the different scenarios. What could have happened to Sebastian? Did the Proudfoots have involvement? Did they not? Because what have we seen to show that there is involvement if there's no footage of nothing? If there's no vehicle leaving, as if someone's going to go hide a body, he's not tucked away, in a no basement type of thing and stuff like that, so, and I don't believe he went out, so it becomes option. Did those lights have anything to do with Sebastian leaving with somebody? Um
I don't know,
Steph,
but Dog sounded pretty confident in his footage.
who did?
Dog in this interview, it sounded pretty confident. Like I got, footage.
I love Dog because I've watched Dog since Dog the Bounty Hunter with his wife,
Yeah, I loved her.
Yeah, I know. And she died like at, was it 50? She was, I think, the same. I feel like we were the same ages. And if not, she might have been 1 year, but I feel like she was the same age. And so anyways, but I've also watched Dog, and not like I said, I've watched reruns of Dog. But I also feel like, kind of like with the Gabby Petito case, like Brian was in that national park and people were all this way.
Oh
And
God, yes.
so I think, like Dog reminds me like of that person that sometimes his bark, is louder than than what actually happens in a sense. And
He did
so
not seem genuine in the Gabby Petito case. I will say that. This one, I feel differently. I feel like he's really there to find Sebastian, including putting this award or this reward up.
yeah, like I said, I mean, I love Dog, but it's not like he has this big track record of, finding missing children. But with that being said, again, there's people like myself who love Dog. Great, I'm glad that he's on the case. That people are gonna try to, like I said, give Dog, because he's a well-known, person, like, here, let me give you some video footage. Let me give you, don't tell anyone that I'm giving you this, type of thing.
Right.
He's that person that you can do that with. And he kind of made reference to that actually in this particular live, right? Basically, what he can get away with and what, say, police can get away with are two different things. But there's going to be people that, like I said, I shouldn't be giving you this, but here you go.
Right. Yeah, and he's right, because the police have to follow all these particular rules when he doesn't, which makes it awesome for, as far as trying to find a missing person. So
Yeah. Um, apparently this, not this one, but apparently that video that I did with Seth 5 months ago was making its rounds around channels. And again, shout out to those channels that, played it, because it's just, again, greedy people to me will copyright strike you. Don't even give me no bullshit about you worked hard for that crap and da 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 da. It all becomes around money based. And I don't believe myself in true crime that if you're truly invested in a case, money is not your guidance. And if it is, then whatever, it's your pearly gates that you'll have to talk about. But if money is your motivator and nobody gives a shit about money when you're dead, type of thing, besides maybe yourself, but it's one of those things. It's like, I don't even know what the fuck I was saying, to be honest with you. You were talking about dog. We were talking about what? Anyways,
I was getting ready to tell you about a creator that is a detective that does children's crimes, and he's kind of new on the scene. At least he was new for me, and I have loved this channel. I can't miss an episode. His name. Have you heard of Strategic Eyes?
What is it?
Strategic Eyes.
Okay. Do they follow Sebastian's case?
No, he does Maddie. He's doing Maddie right now.
Okay.
And
it was, yeah, okay.
But I don't know why it made me think of that. But I have just loved this channel. It's called True Crime with Strategic Eyes, because he's a detective for New York State Police, and he does crimes against children. But he was talking about Maddie. We've gone through all of it. I'm obsessed with that case too.
Yeah, it's one of those ones that we followed that one when it happened. And, it's when somebody is arrested, in a sense, for some reason, for me, when somebody's been arrested, barring the fact of Richard Allen, but then I always seem to ease off the case myself. It depends, like Riley Strain, like, Riley Strain's, people still wanted to add a bunch of twists and turns to that. At the end of the day, the child is gone. He's dead. And the test came back showing that, it was, basically, drowned. And Maddie's case is kind of like when Steven Stern's, I don't even know what to say about that one, actually, because it's one of those cases that I know that there's a lot of shit going on, and it's definitely a case like Idaho 4 was and is, that a lot of people still talk about and follow, because there's a lot more to it. And this case does have a lot of twists and turns, and more footage to it and stuff like that. But I more just pay attention to it in the background more than covering it, because I don't know. I just go with how I'm feeling about a case, and it's not because I don't care about Maddie's case, because I do, but it cuts with him. We know he did it, and then it was a matter of if the mom,
that's where I'm at.
Was going to be charged with it.
Yeah, mom's I don't know. Mom, that's the thing, is watching mom's video and watching different people that do interviews. I even watched, what's his name, which I thought he did a great job. The Interview Room. I don't usually watch him.
That's Chris McDonough.
Yeah.
Chris McDonough.
He did a great job. Part 1, part 2. He broke it. I think he must have been a really good detective in his day. I really do believe that, now that I've watched him in action like that.
To be honest with you, Chris McDonough, and Christopher Proudfoot, they have similar personalities.
Please don't ever tell him that.
Well, but when I say that, um, so like I used to think that Chris was the nicer one between Profiling Evil, when he was on Profiling Evil during the Suzanne Morphew case, but meaning
He
he's
stayed more in the background. That's why I think.
yeah, Mike. So, but it ended up being that Mike, I think, is the nicer person between the two of them. So Chris is kind of like the guy that just talks, like meaning he's just vocally there, kind of like Christopher Proudfoot. So when I'm saying that is that I feel like Christopher and Chris McDonough, their both names are Chris. Now that I say that,
Yep.
shit, there must. Okay, if your name's Chris, don't even come near me at all. Okay, female or male, don't come near me. Your name's Chris. Now, because honestly, I swear to God, sometimes people with certain names like Karen's and different things, like it's like my older sister Paula and stuff like that. It's like when people have certain names, you just kind of like, you go, are you guys like all the same? Because I just kind of feel like Chris McDonough is a narcissist himself, like he's full of himself, and he's a talker. But I also believe with Chris McDonough that he's that guy that can, doesn't shut up and can get shit done. Like he's not afraid to voice his opinion. Now, so I kind of put him and Christopher Proudfoot in that same jerk off personality. But Christopher Proudfoot, he's not no ex-police officer. I think he's ex-military or something. But I consider Proudfoot like the narcissistic douche. Christopher McDonough is full of himself, but he has his shit to back it up as well.
Right.
I think he was a very good police officer. But very when I say in comparison, it's because of their vocal voices and
Yeah.
they're kind of like they're ego feeding of themselves in a sense. So that's kind of how I feel about that. So I don't really watch Chris McDonough. I have sometimes.
I don't usually watch him either. So that I saw that, I was like, wow, he like really broke it down. Really, he
Yeah,
did a good job.
any channel, and whether I believe that you're a douche or not, any channel that can provide some good thoughts, good, like Jennifer Coffin Duffer, and same even with Chris McDonough, the thought process is very level-headed, and if it gives people a chance to kind of ponder things or think about things in a logical kind of way instead of a drama-based channel that is their content is just about drama, creating bullshit. Sometimes you listen to these channels and like it's almost like it's like just like trash. They're
I
just
know
like
exactly. You have some channels that you're talking about.
yeah, and so I appreciate, I mean, any awareness to Sebastian's case, whether I deem you as trash or not, it's awareness to Sebastian's case, okay?
Yeah.
Even if you might be piece of the scum, piece of of the earth. Anything that can bring awareness to a case, but the ones, like I said, that I personally hold in regard are just ones that you can watch. You listen to the facts of it, the facts and what has been said, or if they're being analyzed by some of the experts and stuff like that. But sometimes when you watch them, you get confused because you have this expert saying that, this expert saying the opposite, and you're just like, so you guys are all the same experts for the same thing, but you're all reading this a different way type of thing. So
Mhm.
that kind of can get confusing because you're just like, oh, this person has good. Oh, wait, but this person, and
But
then
they
there's
say,
some,
I
and then
get
there's
that.
some of them out there that just, Sunny, all the Chris's, Karens, and Paulas just unsubscribe. Good, bad, good. We don't want them. But it's just so funny because it only dawned on me when I said his name. I'm like, wait, it's another Chris. Dang. But I've always found in life that, like, if I came across another Stepha, I'm sure that Stepha would be another kind, sweet person. Because I just find in general that lots of times when you meet a Karen, and trust me, my ex-husband's aunt Karen is a fucking Karen.
Chris McDonough's wife's name is Karen too.
Holy shit. Yeah. Well, there you go. But it's kind of like, like I said, I seem to be attracted to Steve's for some reason. Sorry, Ben, but it's true. You know?
My dad's name is Steve. My brother's name is Steve.
I know. Well,
There's
that's
a
the
lot of
thing, right?
Steves.
Is that my ex-husband's name is Steve with a PH. His cousin's name, that when I met Steve, my ex-husband, he was living with his cousin Steve, but his cousin Steve was spelled Steve, right? En. My husband is Steve, like I said, Austin, and it's Steve, N. And so it's kind of like I just can't get away from Steve's. Well, don't really want to get away from my husband this time. I mean, my ex-husband was a good guy until he went through some sort of fucking crazy shit up there, fucking midlife crisis shit and whatever. I don't know. Anyways, he started off as a decent human being. He just turned into a raving asshole. It's kind of like that inner person that it's almost like when somebody's nice, but inside they have this built up anger, and then all of a sudden it just kind of whoop unleashes itself like a freaking tornado type of thing, and you're like, oh, so is this the true you that you were just hiding,
Right.
inside for quite a while? That's what it feels like, right? Like that's what it was really. It was like someone that harbored resentment about issues about his dad being killed by a drunk driver. And it's almost, and I don't know, but my ex was like one of the biggest damn racists when he would speak. It was so embarrassing. And
Oh,
I just,
really?
oh yeah. But the thing was, is that again, his bark was bigger than his bite. And it was almost, yeah. But the thing was, is that what he portrayed to people was this sweet next door neighbor boy, wholesome person. But the true him is the person I saw, which was a good, decent person in most ways. But he was very racist and very ignorant. And all of a sudden he would get very ignorant. Like we could be in a store and he'd go, like, get the fuck out of my way, you damn PA,
Oh my gosh.
yeah. And I'd be like, are you effing kidding me? Like, and of course our son hears this shit. And I'm just like, or he'd say to this Chinese guy, like, get out of the way, you stupid, and you're just like, are you fucking, you know what I mean?
I
And
think I
so,
would die if
yeah,
somebody that was around said that. I think I
so
would die.
whenever somebody said, oh, poor Steve, it must be sunny. No, fuck yourself. I'm the honest, sincere one. There's a fucking little wolf in the sheep's clothing right there. And I hate that bullshit. I always get caught in that little bit of a rut just because I'm vocal. And the more reason why I'm vocal, you guys, nowadays, is because I got tired of being abused by fucking men. I literally got so sick and tired of people, or for me, letting people walk over me, borrow money all the time, fucking using me and shit. And I just got tired of the shit. I got tired of
Mm.
being abused, hit for no reasons, in a sense. But
Hell no.
do you know what I mean? So I just built up this more vocal exterior that was like, fuck it. If you want to hear the truth, then don't ask me unless you want to know the truth, type of thing. So it was more because of all of that I became a lot more vocal, in a sense, with not taking people's shit and stuff like that. I'm not like, if I'm soft spoken, most people think, what's wrong with you? They say, what's wrong with you, Sonny? You're always this or you're always that, So, it's kind of like the true inner me is just a very, you know, patient, whatever. But I got the other half of me, which doesn't put up with nobody's bullshit. The only bullshit I'll put up with is my own, in a sense. I won't put up with anybody's bullshit, whether it's here or whatever, because it's kind of like I said, we all walk to the beat of our own drums and shit like that, and like I said, I just do me. And beneath all this, like I said, is just someone like cares about people. I still don't like being in true crime. Um, it's not my comfort zone because I don't like deaths. I don't like people being hurt. I don't like thinking about it, talking about it really. But by the same token, it's rewarding to know that that you can bring awareness and shit
Yeah.
to cases and stuff. That's the only rewarding. I always kicked myself going, how the frick did you get into this? You know, like honestly, like there's so many other things that I would rather be doing than true crime in a sense, for those reasons of sadness. I don't like people that hurt each other. I
Yeah.
don't like wars. I don't like anything to do with innocent people being hurt. I like people to get hurt that have hurt other people. I don't
Right.
mind that so much. But I hate that I go to bed thinking about Sebastian, what happened to Sebastian. I hate thinking what Seth is going through as a parent, going through all of this. It's just, you know, I don't know. I hate people being hurt, and that's why I just don't put up with trolls. I don't give a shit what somebody says. Sticks and stones. I'm bubblegum, you're glue, whatever bounces off me doesn't do shit. You know, I'm that secure in who I am as a person that literally I just don't. As long as I follow my own path of moral grounds and like who I am as a person, I don't give a flying fuck what other people say to me, ignorantly or not. Make it's literally it's laughable, to be honest, but on here you got to be a little bit harsher in a
Yeah.
sense
It's
because
good.
the trolls are thicker. And and you said something about dog getting threats and stuff like that too.
Yeah, he sure is. He was talking about death threats on himself, and I thought, I guess the Cajun Navy threats were real. Because at first I thought that was a bunch of BS, but I mean, you got to have some serious balls, and it makes me wonder, like, how much is involved with Sebastian's disappearance that you would have enough gall to um, threaten dog's life. Like that's some crazy shit, I'm sorry. That's just how I see it.
That's just it. Like, there's a lot of cuckoo clocks out there. Like, seriously. Like, like that's just it, right? Is that, no, like, I mean, we see stars, we see, getting their lives taken by these freaking fucking trolls and shit. Like people that become invested so badly in some of these cases that they're just cuckoo clocks in their brain. Like, seriously. And I always wonder how many times a person got dropped on their head, when sometimes some of the things that come out of their mouths are just the most stupidest shit ever, and or the things that they say or do, and it just amazes me because I guess when you think things yourself, right, you just kind of think that people think in a more logical, normal way, like like what the typical general public would kind of be thinking. And then when you realize that there's these freaking twisted, sick, demented, psychopaths, sociopaths, and all that out there, it's just amazing how many there truly are, to be honest with you. You know, I do find stuff of that, even just walking around, like if I'm outside, I'm like, little do we know who our neighbors are, type of
Girl,
thing. You know,
yes.
and you just kind of wonder, like, what's your deep dark secrets in your life, because when you follow true crime, like I said, even like these cases, like like Lori Vallow, like what's his name, Elijah Vu, that these people just do the craziest shit out there. But look,
Yes.
but look at that couple too. That was they were a YouTube channel, and they were talking with this one guy or whatever, and then all of a sudden something obviously happened, and then he went into their home and took their lives.
Yes. He came from, like, I think Texas up to, they were like north, I don't know if it was Oregon or Washington or something. He drove up and just walked in and took their lives. I mean,
I had a phone call 2 days ago from Tennessee, and instantly I was like, "Oh, fuck off, scam number." And then I'm like, "Hmm, somebody actually calling me from Tennessee?" And I kind of started thinking about Sebastian's case.
yeah. Or, well, you didn't do summer, did you?
Um, I very little did summer because that case became a joke rather quickly.
Oh my
Um,
God, I was obsessed. Like, I
yeah.
would get up in the morning, check. Did they find her yet? checking at my lunch. Did they find her yet? Check at night. Did they find her yet? I was just like crazed about Summer Wells.
Mine was Suzanne Morphew for that.
That was another one. That there's just certain cases that capture your heart. And then I went to Delphi.
Oh
that,
my God. Yeah.
And God, Greeno was, because I didn't know anything about the case. I just knew a little bit, the basic stuff, that there was a bridge and there was this video and the two girls were killed, and there's a Snapchat. That's it. That's what I knew. And so when Brittany and I went, we're sitting there learning everything from Greeno. And it was a bunch of bullshit, a lot of bullshit. In my first video I ever did, I had to erase it because it had stuff about that I learned from Greeno that didn't exist.
Oh, yeah, right. It's almost like,
yes, I'm like telling, like, okay, so that he got there at 12:30 and he walked across and he talked to a lady with a dog, and then I was like, when I found out that was all bullshit, I had to go and erase it. And I'm like, oh,
it's kind of funny because recently, because someone had posted, like, I always love it when someone posts from a video from like a couple of years back, like 3 years ago, and someone says, "Can't believe you still have this video up accusing Keegan Dunker of being the BG," and I'm like, "Oh shit, you're right."
You know, I know, I'd be like, forever in my heart, he's the BG. That's how I feel about what's his name. I'm like, I know he's involved somehow. His best friend, Keegan's best friend.
Oh, Garrett Kurtz.
Yes, Gertz, the judge, they're all somehow involved.
You know,
in my opinion.
I know it's one of those things that, you know what, if they haven't even connected, you know, Tunky Wunky there, Kagan Klein, you know, Mr. freaking Butterhorn boy. It's kind of like that was the damnedest thing, that they literally come out with information about this all. It seems so unreal and absurd that Kagan Klein would have had nothing to do with Delphi.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it,
No,
because
it's hard to believe, even if it's true. It's hard to believe, you know.
Okay. Let's break that down. Why would Doug Carter veto? Oh God, what's his name? The main detective. I can't even think of his name off the top of my head.
Carter?
No, the detective. Yeah, Carter was there. Vito was there.
It's on the tip of my tongue.
I know. I'm looking at him.
Holman.
Yes, Holman. They were all at his sentencing. Why the hell would they be at his sentencing? Doug Carter, like, he's like the head of the entire Indiana
ISP.
Yeah, he doesn't need. Why would he be there? No, there's something that
I know. It just doesn't.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. Why would everybody that's involved in the Delphi case be there? Why would the Delphi detectives be at Kevin or Keegan Klein's sentencing? Come on now. And we don't have the list yet. We don't know who's testifying. So.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's, you know, I know that we've gone off the track here, but I can hardly wait till Delphi gets underway. You know, what a joke of a case. You want to talk about a circus? Like, this is the most horrific pain that anyone could ever experience. That's a family member of these two girls. The joke that this case has been, just the, what do you want to call it? The incompetence is the word I'm looking for. Incompetence, the ridiculousness, how this case has all played out. It's like you're watching a sci-fi movie. You know, and just, it's like everything that could be what you would think would be how the normal process has worked or whatever. It's just been
Barney Fife. Just Barney Fife. That's what I think of.
Yeah. And it's just so absurd. Now, for me personally, the most absurd case here was the Vallow case. Like, you fucking nut jobs. We really think that your freaking kid is some sort of zombie and that you need to save their life by killing them, and this, like, cuckoo clocks, like, holy fucking cuckoo clocks. But anyways, like, I so in Canada, I'm not gonna lie. We make fun of the whole zombie thing. You
Well,
know,
yeah, it's some crazy shit. We make fun of that. It's
I mean,
some.
there's some. You guys got some crazy ass people out there that believe in this whole like they got fucking bunkers and shit for the zombie apocalypse. Like it's just weird. Like really, but so when this case came about, it didn't really shock me because we've heard about zombies in like the US and people talking about zombie apocalypse and shit. So when this case came about, I'm like, you're fucking kidding me. Like this is how fucking deep some people actually believe in this shit? Like
Now,
really?
had they been found at that point?
No.
Okay.
Oh, about the zombie shit?
No, the kids. Are you talking
Mm,
about? Wait a
Vala.
minute. Yeah, Vala because they had
Yeah, the
buried.
kids were found in September, I believe, or something like that.
So
Yeah.
when you started following it, they had already been found.
No. Um the first time I ever heard about Valo case was Donna Serafina. I happened to come across it. So at that point they hadn't been found, the kids. I just this is what I remember from it. I came across Donna Serafina, the Valo case. So it had already obviously begun or whatever, and but nobody knew what happened to the children. And again, I mean, I'm not one to give people kudos where they're not deserved, but I listened to like hours of her talking about being put in a black bag and this fire
Yes.
pit, but we had no answers. There was no answers at all.
Yep.
And so when Lauren kind of like always like woos over her, because of the case, I I know that she recorded that. I believe it was in January. The children weren't found till September, and
Yeah.
the accuracy was ridiculous.
It
And I
was.
and I just so I wasn't following the case per se, um, until I think until mostly they were found. Like I was watching it a little bit before that, but it wasn't until they were found that I more started paying attention to it because I was like, because I just came to the realization that what the psychic lady had said back then was literally playing out to how it was. And I was going, holy shit. Like, so at the time that she was doing the reading, I'm like, okay, now she's getting too far fetched, that they're taking bone pieces or meat pieces into this thing and they're doing this and that to it. And freaking shit was all true.
Yeah.
Like, come to fruition. So I was totally couldn't believe, like I said, the accuracy of Donna Serafina for that case. It was just ridiculous. Like someone literally saying that he's in a black bag, and like it was almost like someone, yeah, just seeing it. Now Suzanne Morphew's case, for some reason, I found that she was way off on that one.
I think she's off on Summerwell's too. Well, maybe. I don't know.
So it's kind of hard because I listened to Donna Serafina. The ridiculous accuracy from the Valo case was just one of those things that you just go, holy fuck. Like if you don't believe in freaking psychics, that's one of those ones where you go, holy fuck.
Right.
But anyways, yes. But then when I was listening to her some other cases, I was like, like I believe she thought that Suzanne Morphew was in water, like in cement or down in water, and I personally didn't think so. So I don't know. So after Suzanne Morphew, I kind of stopped listening to her. To be honest with you, I listened to her a few times, but then what was hard with Donna Serafina is that she mumbles. She's gotten better at it. I
Yes.
know.
Yes, she does. It's hard to stay on her.
Yeah, because she mumbles, when she's talking. It's just like, and you're just like, blah, 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 and you're just like, what? She actually did a reading with Seth Rogers. I remember.
She
She was,
did.
yeah, she did.
I'm gonna have to listen to that one.
He was on. Yeah, probably not worth your time, but I mean myself, but like he was. I think he was.
On Sweetie Pies or something.
want to say like
or her own.
fishing or why am I thinking fishing? I think he was on a boat fishing, if I'm not mistaken.
That's what she said Sebastian was at?
No, I think that's what Seth was actually doing when he was doing
Oh, okay.
yeah, I think it was just one of those things that, like I said, you can only go hard, but that's what I feel like he was doing was fishing and but anyways, so she just mumbled a lot. I don't feel like I took anything away from that one personally myself.
I didn't
You
like
know?
the one she did with Carrie either. When she did with Carrie, from when she did Delphi, and she had Carrie on there. She wasn't like in tune with Carrie. Like,
Yeah. And that's kind of how I felt since after the Valo case is that I sometimes will go back and listen to her, because when it's people that I kind of like Donna Serafina, like it's kind of one of those people that because she had such accuracy with Fallow, I do sometimes like go back and listen to her, like with Sebastian Rogers, just to see if there's anything to what she was saying, or if anything gets validated a little bit, So someone really has to awe me. The Valo case awed me, but nothing's really awed me since that point at all. So, but yet the details of Valo was so descriptive and gross, and I couldn't believe she was actually saying this stuff, and yet it came to be true.
right.
Like that was like it was so ridiculous how that accuracy was. So there had to be something.
Do you know what I want? Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to. My AD. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
No. I didn't mean to interrupt at all. It brought me to my ADD kicked in, and it brought me to. Did you know they had satellites on the property of the time that he would have been doing what he did to not JJ, but what's
Yeah.
the little the
I knew
why am I
that
having a mind blank? I've been they hit the daughter, but the clouds were over the farm, so you couldn't see.
Yeah.
And today I was watching a show, and they were talking about satellite. Oh, I know what it was. It was somebody I'm embarrassed to even say I was watching. It was Prof, but he had a retired ISP guy on there, and
Okay.
he was talking about how he, as an ISP, he was pretty high up, and he got to work in the ranks of the FBI on some things. And he said
Right.
there's always satellites there, like all the, on our country. That's something that they always have, and that there was
Yeah.
something that Carter said during a press conference that said, I'll have to go back and find it. I hate to say it was even on Prof's channel, but he talks about, I don't know, but it was it was on film almost.
Wait, what case are you talking about right now?
Now I just switched to Delphi because
That's what I thought. I was like,
yeah, because the satellite thing brought me to from
Fallow
the
too.
Fallow case over to then what I heard today from the ISP guy from
Right.
on Delphi, and I was
Right.
like, but he said more than one person the way that Doug was speaking, and I'm gonna have to find that clip so that I can send it to you because it freaked me out. I'm like, what if they have some kind of satellite footage of them doing something, leaving, or I don't know.
Well, like, I mean, I know that there's always satellites like looking down and shit like that, but like how good they are now, no idea. But in my head, I think, well, are we not advanced enough that we could they could take the satellite and go to Sebastian's area or
Yeah.
like these
Well,
areas?
it was dark. Depends
Like,
when he left.
Yeah, well, true that. Well, still.
I know with our government, we should have
Well,
dark
Come on.
makes you feel, I don't know if you can see like that, like how we have dark glass, you can see at night vision. I don't know if they
Yeah.
have that from space,
I don't.
but they might. I don't know.
What gets me is I could be talking to my husband. Let's just say randomly. Let's say I'm talking to my husband about, say, Dunkaroo cookies. Say that just randomly came into my head for some reason. But let's say Dunkaroo cookies. Next thing I know, I'm fucking seeing a video pop up
Yep.
about fucking Dunkaroo cookies. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? Like, you guys ever notice that yourselves? Like, you could literally be not even like on YouTube. Like, it's just so strange to me how in my feed I'll see things that me and my husband were having a conversation about in the kitchen or living room or bedroom, and next thing I know, I'm seeing this shit on my feed.
Because
And I'm
all
like,
of our smart TVs, our phones, our computers, Alexa, all of them, they pick up on anything like that so that they can use for ads. And I don't know what else the government uses it for, but they can
yeah,
hear, which is really scary if you think about it.
fuck, I hate my mouse. Fuck you, mouse. Could be the battery. Could be the battery. But yeah, so I mean, I guess I'm thinking that technology isn't as advanced as what I think it would be, because hey,
Look what Ben just said. From watching your channel, the ads get.
right, you know, but it's yeah, but so with YouTube, like I said, I don't know, like for instance, like notifications and that definitely have changed, and so for me too, like if I watch one thing from a channel and I'll never like, it's kind of like I'm like, well, where's, like, you kind of forget about the other people because normally they would pop up, the ones that you seem to want to have pop up. Now it's like, now they're promoting because I watched one channel one time. I say I know I'm getting the pop-ups for those channels. And I'm like, well, what about all my regular channels that I watch? And I forget about a lot of them because of that reason, to be honest with you. And I was like, well, yeah, right. You know? Um,
Yeah.
so meaning YouTube in itself, when it comes to notifications, it's kind of reminds me of Facebook. It's like you only see certain people's Facebook posts, but
Yeah.
yet you could have, many different friends. And I feel like this is kind of the same thing with, um, you know, YouTube here. It's kind of like, like I said, you click on this video, that video, that video. Next thing you know, those are your preferences right in front of your face. And you're like, no. But so it's like, it's so weird, this whole AI technology. And like, I was on Canva. It said magic write, which can do, basically take something and turn it into, it said better in a sense. And so I said Sebastian's home, seeing what it would say, right?
Yeah.
And this whole fucking blurb plops out about, you know, in this quaint two-story home is surrounded by enchanted Greenland and blah blah blah. Where the
Oh my.
fuck did that shit all come from? It wasn't even like accurate. But it was like storybook. You know when you listen to some channels and you know damn well that they're just reading exactly what was propagated by AI? Do you find that annoying,
I
by
don't
the way?
understand. I don't understand AI at all.
Well,
But it can do some crazy shit.
well, if I tell AI to write a poem for me, it will. If I give AI,
Where is AI? Like, how do you reach them?
what do you mean? Chat like Chat GPT, and what do you mean? What do you mean?
Like, is
Artificial
there a
intelligence?
website you go to? I've never used it. I've just seen it on.
Well, like Chat GPT. Well, a lot of the platforms have incorporated AI, like Canva has now. Really, like everyone's been focused on AI and AI creating videos. So artificial intelligence, right? That basically I can type into something or speak into it, and I can get, like, if I said, you know, to ChatGPT or Canva, you know, um, tell me about whatever, JFK. This whole fucking book that I could use as an article and do a video on. could pop up, and it will tell me like what to say basically. And it will put it in, but AI always uses certain kind of words, and it's very distinguishable when people are usually using AI when they're reading it.
So
So
they're reading it for their YouTube channel, like they're
yeah,
telling you what to say.
yeah, yeah. Well, it's basically I could give it the information and say, Sebastian Rogers disappeared on February 26th, da 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 da, and give it some fine like little details, and then it could easily write a news article for me.
Oh, okay, I
Right?
gotcha.
So sometimes when you're watching channels and they're using certain terms that AI typically uses, it's just like, which is kind of one of those things. Is that do people have to use their fucking brains anymore or no?
No, I
Like,
guess not. I guess you just call AI up on the phone and they'll take care of it for you.
yeah. Well, that's just the thing about AI. It's very scary because, this is where people will abuse it, and they can create something to look true even if it's not.
Yeah,
Like
like
they
that
could,
911 call. Remember when that went around when what's her
yeah.
name? They weren't sure if she killed herself or not. What the preacher's wife.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Whatever her name was. Yeah, yeah, yeah. With that preacher guy.
That was another case that captured, I think,
Mhm.
not a lot of people.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Okay. I followed that one, and bottom line is she took her own life. To
Yeah.
me, took her own life. Um, be, it's kind of one of those things when somebody's a contributor to why the person did it, but yet you can't blame somebody else um, for somebody's own actions, type of thing. But yet it was, what I mean. Like if
It
she
was
had mental, go ahead.
no, I know exactly what you're saying. I always said if somebody kills himself, it's never anybody else's fault until that case. When I
You know,
saw, what do they call that? Abuse.
oh, I think I
It's
know what
not,
you're talking about.
yeah. I forget what it's called, but it's worse than any abuse I've ever seen. And like the type of emotional abuse doesn't,
Yeah,
whatever that name is, but he literally brought her to her death by,
yeah,
it was crazy.
right. Because it's one of those things, like I said, if you're in a lot of pain internally, you know, depressed and all that stuff like that, and just that little poke, you know, can make somebody go over that edge, like almost, I don't want to consider. I don't want to consider it like when somebody gives drugs and then somebody dies, like what happened with the Chiefs things there. But yet, it's kind of like that assistance, like
Yeah.
that that person's probably crying out for help. Da, 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 da. Internally, they're broken. They're this, they're that, and basically they take their own life really because of that person, um, because they contributed to the almost like unhealthiness. But yet, by the same token, it's like everyone's accountable for their own choices.
When you are in that state, when you get to the state of really of wanting to hurt yourself, like
Yeah,
when you have made that decision that that is what's going to happen, you are
yeah,
not, your rational side of your brain is not working at all.
no,
So when I had in 2009, I went through a depression. It was right before I went to nursing school. And so I went to this 3 days a week. I went to a outpatient group
yeah,
therapy for like 2 or 3 weeks, and it was great. Like, it was group therapy. I know it sounds weird, but it was very helpful. But there was a lady in there that really was like ready to take her life at any time, and the medication, they just didn't have time for the medications to kick in, and her family really thought like it was any minute, and they
yeah,
did ECT on her, electric shock therapy.
yeah,
And it worked. I mean, that's what it took for her um to
come back
to
or
not
whatever.
do it. Yeah. And she came back, you know, because everybody thought about electric shock therapy, how it was in like the 60s. And it's not like that. Now you're like put under and they give you a paralytic so you don't, no bones break or whatever. But there is a chance for like memory loss or whatever. But she came back like a different person. It was pretty amazing. So
Wow.
I learned a lot when I was in there about when people get to the point, like the difference from her, like her brain not working at all, that rational side, like there was
Yeah.
no, I'm going to do this is what, you know, is going to happen. And nothing you say is like, she couldn't, hear what anybody else was saying. It was just that that's what's going to happen today. I'm going to do this to myself. And then because they didn't have time for the meds, she did agree to the electric shock, and it was amazing. She came in like 2 classes later, and I was like, oh my God, you're like a different she was a different person.
Yeah. That's good to hear. Yeah, it's just cases like that. Like, well, which reminds me, um, I always felt like, and this is going back to Sebastian's case here for a sec. Um, I always felt like Katie has been in a deep depression. Like,
She's put on a lot of weight, like I think
like,
like 60 pounds or something.
oh, really? I heard
Yeah,
that Chris Proudfoot doesn't really look the same
he looks
either.
nothing. I watched I watched it on Court TV, or where they had it streaming from
Oh,
Court TV at
oh,
that
okay.
court case. They
Yeah.
neither one of them look. I would never recognize Chris Proudfoot at all, but Katie had gained a lot of weight too. And I'm like, I bet she's going through a depression. Like, I can't even
Well,
imagine.
I think she was anyway. Like I think that Katie probably has had a lot of issues regardless, like all like in sense, like obviously Sebastian, is high functioning, whatever. And I'm sure that he's a handful for sure. But even like when Seth, like said, was talking about, drinking and stuff like that, and then her marriage going south with say Christopher, she just comes off like someone that lives like outwardly. She might not project it, but inwardly is like when you can look at somebody, but yet you have no idea what's going on inside them. And I think Katie was one of those ones that was I just always feel depression around her, like internally. Um,
Yeah.
just like a lot of sadness in a sense. Um, I don't know. I always have felt that with her, just because obviously if somebody has drinking issues and stuff like that, like I said, people
I didn't
drink
know
or
she had a drinking issue till today when I
oh
heard you.
no, Seth had
Mm-mm.
talked about it, and I mean, who knows if she was drinking still, but that she did have a drinking issue. I don't know, but like I said, I just feel with Katie that she's just, again, anyone, like even myself. So I guess as I'm saying this, I'm including myself, because when you're going through a depression, and if people are kicking you when you're down, like I said, like it's kind of like, just one more thing's gonna set me over, type of thing. Like
Right.
seriously, um, but I just, like I said, with Katie, it just feels like internally she's just a depressed person inside, unhappy. Nothing probably is gone, like her life, the choices, everything that's going on. I just think that she lived in a world of depression regardless. um Myself, that's just my own surmising of Katie Proudfoot, because usually when somebody has an issue for drinking and or whatever, gambling or whatever it is, um it's because there's an issue. There's an
Right.
issue
Right.
within you that's going on, and you're using self-soothing, or what you deem as soothing things, to try to hide the pain, ease the pain, type of thing. It's kind of like when sometimes, like when I was gaming and stuff like that, it's like you forget about your real world problems, because you're just kind of having fun in the moment, and that it's just masking sometimes, like in my case, when I kind of was going on the computer more so when my ex-husband and I were going through, you know, whatever whatever shit he was going through. It sent me into a depression because
Mhm.
I didn't know what the fuck was going on in his brain. All I knew was that I was unhappy and I was depressed because I know you can't fix people unless they want to be fixed, and I can't solve somebody's issue like, in their own brain, type of thing.
Yep.
And so, but all that sent me into depression, and it was, that's something that's very hard to come out of, when you're in it. I didn't take no pills or nothing. Um, I knew I had like pretty much 6 out of the 8 symptoms that I read, whatever. And I was like, oh, that's what this is called, depression and all that shit. Um, I don't even know again what my fucking point was to this besides we were talking about Katie.
I don't know how we got on. Oh, I'm
Well,
all.
it was just about like the fact of like I said, I'm curious to truly what was going on with Sebastian's life, um, how happy or unhappy he was, because Sebastian would be in that home today if everything was fine and dandy. So I think most people have ruled out the fact that an actual predator in the area somehow miraculously took Sebastian, considering there's a couple, but you know, I don't think anyone believes that that's one. But it makes me wonder what truly was going on in that house, um, for Sebastian to either be taken or hidden, you know?
Weird.
But like, because I mean,
We know he was abused because CPS was there.
right, so it just it just makes me wonder, like, it seems odd to think that Katie and Chris would hide Sebastian with a relative and say, hey, here, take him. He's causing me problems with my marriage.
Yeah,
And be
give him
gone.
to his dad.
Right.
That
Right.
doesn't make any sense because Seth
Yeah.
wanted him.
But then when you think about it, like, and then people, right, but then you start kind of think about it still and you go, okay, so if Katie didn't want Sebastian to go with Seth, like, there's better routes than going here, hide Sebastian, never, you know, the only time that those things fuck up is when somebody does something, like, um, without thought, and then they have to hide their lies. Um,
But
because,
he's gonna have to come out sometime. Like he can't live in the house forever. You know what I mean? Like
so holy shit, fuck this case gives me a headache.
I know.
So alive or dead?
Dead.
I'm still gonna go with alive. I'm still gonna go with alive.
I'm glad. I mean, I'm glad you have that hope because I lost the hope. I lost it
It's
time ago.
because we don't have nothing to show either way. I'm gonna take the hope of that some savior is deciding to do what's best for Sebastian and take him out of whatever crisis or whatever he was going through. I don't know. I just, Ben says, I wish we knew what Chris and Katie were going through or talking about on the phone the night before. Yeah, that's another thing, right? The
I always
Alex,
imagined that they weren't talking about anything. That his phone was in the camper and he was driving back to the house, or he was
say that
already at
again.
the house. 'Cause so many times they say we on Sunday
Oh, God,
about
yeah.
like they were talking about okay, so I had to go. I got a call and I had to go pick up my niece. We had to go pick up my niece, or I had to, and I was like, they
Yeah,
said we.
that was in Chronicles of
Olivia.
yeah, that one. And then of course the we would have heard him go out the window was another one,
Oh
about,
yeah, I didn't remember that.
yeah, yeah, Christopher said that. Oh, that we would have we would have heard him. Well, what do you mean we? You weren't even home, remember? So where's the we? Like, meaning to use the word we inappropriately, like they have used, is odd, right? Like, I would never sit there and say, if my husband was away, I'd never say, well, we would have heard him go out, my son go out the window. Why the
Right.
fuck would I say we when it was be? I would be saying I. I would have heard it, or, I never heard. I never would I put the word we in front of something if I was not even there. It's just, honestly.
I'm with you, Barbara. My mom and stepdad are responsible for this, in my opinion. Not
Yeah.
Sunny's opinion, not her channel. Me.
Well, I mean, like I said, like, obviously we have to stick to what's, you know, factual for facts and theorize for possibilities, right? And like I said, you just kind of try to, like, every avenue you take leads your brain to hurting, because first and foremost, you have to put in the fact that LE's not effing idiots and that they might have missed some steps, but that you would think logically that they would have done their due diligence in all aspects of this case, considering it's been long enough now. But yet, knowing full well that please step up and da 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 da. But there's just certain things you have to try to think logically that the police would have already, looked in Katie's car, looked in the home, looked in this, or because sometimes people say things like, like, I can't believe the LE didn't fall. Well, how do you know? Like,
Exactly. Ellie's not telling us anything in this
you know,
case.
yeah. So it's kind of one of those things that the next best guess to next best, obviously information is from the horse's mouth of Katie, Christopher, and Seth. But Seth not living with Sebastian besides, on every other weekend or whatever. He's like how things are at his home. Again, he doesn't live with Katie and Christopher. So everyday life, you know, Seth might have a vague idea of some of it, but obviously Katie and Christopher know exactly what's going on in their home and why, say, Christopher was, gone for pretty much a month without coming back home till the 26th, you know, like, was that because of the issues going on? But then Seth made a comment that typically Katie will go visit him, up there. So, but yet you hear that the relationship is rocky. So is he just staying away from home and then this shit happens? Did they have something to do with it? Did they not? Did a third party get involved? Were the flashlights truly flashlights? Or the video of lights video truly flashlights? Did a vehicle assist? Did Sebastian wander off by himself? You know, those, like I said, you just try to think through it logically. But you can't go any further unless you have every bit of information about the case. And we're just not privy to that. So hopefully, Dog and Nick and whoever else is trying to search for Sebastian, but hopefully with Dog being the TV personality, hopefully they can gather information, have a true sense of what happened to Sebastian via neighbors, via videos, via all the information that's out there that the Proudfoots or Seth and that has told him and stuff, and hopefully there can be like, hurts my brain, like,
I know.
I mean,
It's
put me on a case, and if I was a police officer, I'd work my fucking ass off, to find the answers for
we'd have information. That's the problem. We
yeah,
have no information.
right,
It's like Delphi all over again.
right. So people can only speculate, but there's pieces that you just wish that you knew. I would like to know for sure if the neighbor saw the lights go out at 9, just after 9, because that would more say that Sebastian did make it home from after the roadhouse, you know. So is there footage of seeing Sebastian in the vehicle, you know, on upon coming home, and even though she parks in the garage, whatever, so it just there's some of those questions, but again, unless you're literally there and neighbors are willing to speak with you, because there's always going to be neighbors, but the one common thing I noticed with JLR was when he was speaking with neighbors, is most people did not seem to like the Proudfoots. They didn't seem to
Yeah.
mesh in that community. In a sense, it's almost like it's almost like they
Well, they're
they
not
made
social.
people outcasts,
Yeah, she's a bitch and
right?
he's a predator. So,
Yeah,
in my opinion, so they're not like people that would be like, hey, when you're outside in the yard, you know what I mean? Like, I wave to my neighbors when I go out to the car. Like when I leave the house once a month, I wave. But
yeah.
you know what I mean? But like, I was kidding about once a month, but I don't leave the house very often. But
Well,
I wave to my
yeah,
neighbors like, hey,
yeah. Hey, girl, hey.
yeah, exactly. And like
But
my neighbors, we had new neighbors move in at one point, and it was an old couple, and I let them know I was a nurse if they ever needed anything, like. But I don't think that they have that friendly wave. They wouldn't. I don't think they have that social skill. Is what I'm trying to say. I guess.
yeah, you know, this is a lot of the reason why. I mean, I haven't been able to do lives, but it's kind of like, you know, there's no there's no information going on that's besides the fact that people are trying to find Sebastian, you know. And I'm so glad that they found Elijah Vu.
Yes.
I was worried about that one, if they would find him or not. But it's like, I mean, selfishly, I don't want to be left cliffhanging what happened to Sebastian. Just give me some fucking answers too. Like you just want to know what happened. Like, is this kid alive? Is he dead? What happened? Where's the truth? It's kind of like we want our own closure. You follow a case and you want closure. Just like Abby and Libby, you follow the case. You want to see some closure come to the families. Sebastian, oh man.
You think with Abby and Libby that this is the full that it's Richard Allen and he was the only one involved, or you think there's more involved, or do you think he's just not guilty at all?
Oh no, I think he's absolutely guilty.
Okay.
Um, and honestly, for a long time I would never be, and even based on what Doug Carter said, and then them asking for this because of other people's
But
involvement.
yeah,
Let me put it this way. I just more or less am going with the flow of what's kind of been going on. And Richard Allen could have easily have carried this out by himself. Um, and maybe it wasn't the big circus ring we all thought it was, perhaps, you know, although it's so crazy when so much points to a direction, and then you come to see what we're being shown is that direction is one person versus multiple people, in a sense, because
yeah,
again, Megan Klein, Garrett Kurtz, all these things that kind of like are so unbelievable that these people aren't attached, and it just comes down to one fat little dude, short dude, well, he wasn't really fat at the time, he chunked up
yeah.
after, but at the time, you know he was like mountain hiking and stuff. At the time he was, in pretty decent shape, somewhat, at least, right? But it could be as simple as that he was stalking, like he'd been watching the trails, you know, fucking brain up here's obviously, maybe looking for an opportunity to, um, like his, whatever his brain is telling him in there, like go kill someone today type of thing, or whatever weirdness is going on with Richard Allen's brain. He could have easily just been stalking the bridge, looking for that right moment, knew it was the girls, like knew it was the day off of the kids from school, you know, and just look for that moment when opportunity came knocking, type of thing. And it's almost like he set out that day. Um, if you guys feel like he's guilty or not, I personally do. But
I think they have something. They definitely have something on them. I can't see them going across the water, especially if it hits the chest and him being short and they being short. It hitting. I don't wonder if that other RN's in here. It hitting the lungs at that temperature of water. I'd love to know what the temperature of the water was that day. Probably in the 40s, I'm going to guess. Your body
well,
can't only handle that for so many minutes, and it's the water's
yeah,
high at that time. So I'd like to really know more about the water. I don't think I could see him getting them and putting them in a car at the down the private drive.
right. Yeah, right, right. I was just gonna say something like that. Like what doesn't make sense is that okay, so you played out this part, you get them, they're at the end of the bridge, you make them go down the hill, cross water, up the fucking embankment, and that becomes it. Like, why not just take them out on that side of the, um, bridge on the south side? Why bring him back over to the north? Like, it does. It makes you wish that some satellite fucking was watching them.
Yep.
You know. Anyway, I need to get going because I have to work at
Me
six
too.
o'clock. And the
You
thing
have to
about
work tomorrow?
yeah, I do. So my shifts are Sunday through Thursday, but I work at 6 a.m. So I have to be up about
Yeah, you better
5:30
go, girl.
on there. But no, but anyway, Steph, I love you, girl.
I love you too.
But
It was so good to catch up with you.
yeah, and don't forget next Friday if you want to come join us for Delphi. Like we'll
Do
just
you have
have
a
some.
Delphi?
Yeah, we'll just discuss Delphi. Like basically whoever wants to come, like Charmaine, Aspen, you if you want, Travis if he wants, Lewis, who Alexa, whoever, right? We'll just have a discussion about Delphi in general,
Okay.
everyone's just thoughts and whatever, and yeah, just like like just a YOLO type live of discussions and thoughts and stuff like that. Nothing like structured, just more of hey, let's talk about Delphi.
Yeah, I would
Yeah,
love that. And I'm sure there'll be a million things that happen between now and Friday.
yeah, right. More documents and stuff, but
Yes.
but yeah, no, it was a pleasure. And if I over talked, I'm sorry about
No.
that.
Yeah,
I,
this is your show.
I
Hey, this is your world. I'm just trying to live in it.
it's been a while since it's kind of so today I was just kind of planning on doing it myself anyway, right? And I just was like, so I totally went off the path of my structure about what I was gonna do, but I don't care because it's kind of like when I was like, oh, Stepha, well, you know what? Come on, Stepha, because I always like hearing people's thoughts. Like I have my own thoughts in regard to say Sebastian's case, but I always like hearing other people's thoughts and where their mind is at and what they're thinking, about Sebastian is because it's such a mind fuck, that you just don't know one way or the other what truly happened with Sebastian, but you don't feel like it's anything good.
Yeah.
It's just to me, it's just again, where are other people's minds at or thoughts at or this or that or what their perception is of the Proudfoots and stuff like that. But thanks to Charmaine for the chat, super chat earlier for 13.99. Charmaine, appreciate that right there. It says Steph is my fave guest ever. So yeah, and then she's a member for 22 months, but we'll just put that back up there.
Is that
So
what I hit? I didn't mean to hit that.
no, I did. What? You didn't mean to hit
Oh, oh,
what?
oh. Oh,
Yeah.
oh, oh. I thought it said, okay, Charmaine has. I thought I hit it. I was like, no, I didn't do
No,
that.
no,
Oh,
no, no.
she
Yeah.
said that. Okay. I thought I hit a button like, hi, I've been a member for so, of course, it's been more than
No,
22.
I hit that. That was me
Okay.
clicking it. That was just me showing. There was two, like it stars it, right? Because Aspen had got it to star it. So, because I was always wondering how people got to show super chats at the end, but there was this little button that I guess you could star it, and then it saves them all, and that
Oh, that's cool.
so it's like right beside like the live chat, then you go to the start on there. But in saying that, so I always love you. Pleasure having you on. And sometimes when I'm really tired, I probably maybe sometimes don't always let the guests speak as much sometimes.
Oh, girl, I don't care. That's not a big. I had a great time, and I think you let me speak plenty. And it's so good to see everybody in chat, all the OGs. And good night to everybody. And thanks again for letting me come up. It was really fun.
Yeah, and if you can come up, if you want to come up for next Friday, that would be amazing. It will probably be Stepha. I'll say it will probably be at 6:30 Pacific Standard Time, 9:30 Eastern.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that sounds good.
So yeah, so thanks mods, thanks Ben, thanks Sharon, thanks everyone who came in to a visit. Again, for anyone that hasn't seen that interview with Sebastian Rogers that I had done, it was let me see what it was called again. It was called Sebastian Rogers. Well, should Seth be airing Sebastian's laundry? It was from 5 months ago, but he does talk about the trash can in there. A lot of people were pissed off about what he had said about Christopher Proudfoot saying about Sebastian, like, well, what if things go south in Sebastian said anyways. And then this one was Jennifer Coffindaffer that she had done with Dog and stuff like that. And you said Chris McDonough had done one. Don't forget, you said you were going to send me that video, by
Which one?
the person I don't watch, Chris Mob Crew guy.
No. I'm going to get you one that doesn't have him in it.
Oh, it honestly, it if it's just as long as you deem it as good footage or good whatever, that's fine. I'll.
Well, I don't watch him, so I don't know what like he has a series of a bunch of them. I don't think you want to watch all those. I'll just get one that I've watched, or you can watch. Do you want to watch them of his?
Well, whichever video you were talking about the car, about like, I mean, I've seen J for Justice, put that one up, I think, but I'm not sure if it's exactly, or if there was like a better video of it, or I don't know, because J for Justice kind of went off on.
Yeah, she doesn't like Seth.
Huh?
She doesn't like Seth. She's like, that's the impression that I get when I watch her show.
Yeah, well, I am not really sure because like I watch her sometimes, but I can't say I watch her because I love watching her, because that's not true. I actually kind of find her annoying. And sorry if I said that, J for Justice, but there's I have to be ready for that type of loud talking, and like it just incinerates in my ear on there. But I do see some of the stuff like that she puts. I am subscribed to her, but I do watch some of the stuff she puts up for Sebastian. But she can really go off on the weird side of shit with Sebastian as well. She can interpret shit like the camera somehow was looking down from the sky type shit.
Yeah.
So meaning I would never use her as a source of information.
Right.
Type of thing, for accuracy. I
got you.
Anyways,
right.
You guys go ahead.
No. I was just saying thank you so much for having me up there, and good night to you and everybody else.
Yeah, and if anyone wants to, again, that Cash App in the corners for Aspen Connor, if you guys want to support him for Delphi and help send him some cashola, because it's just really ridiculously expensive, then please do. And if you can't, then you know what, still give this video and that a share and a like anyway, regardless of whatever you have to offer, whichever way it comes through. Then if you can, do, and if you can't, don't. Anyways, appreciate you guys. You guys have a good one. Stepha, good night. I just seen her blink out of here. She's like, okay, Sonny, how long's your extra going to be? Just kidding, Stepha. Anyways, I'm going to play that extra now. But yeah, 1 second. I got to find it first. Anyways, take care, you guys, and we'll see you guys. I don't know if I'll do another live this week coming up, but besides Friday. So Friday we'll do Delphi. We'll have like a panel of people. Okay, guys? Anyways, have a good night.
A Norfolk night, the world within my reverie. There's holy light. Without another, we stand and fight. I'm